Okay, teachers, we're all sorted out and we are live. Let me just repeat that welcome to Professional Development Day on behalf of our CEO, Dr. Winsome Gordon. We are pleased to offer you self-care. Let's talk about self-care and our list of activities for today. But okay, so we're going to do a roll call, and we are starting with the regions. You're going to tell me where you're from by just raising your hands, all right? But remember, when you raise your hand and I'm ready to move on to the next region, you are going to put back down your hands, back down your hands, all right? So we are going to start. Mr. Leslie, can you put us in gallery mode, please, so we can see everybody? All right. Ready, Mr. Leslie? Let's put us in gallery mode so we can see everybody. Okay. Starting with region 1, Kingston and St. Andrew. Raise your hands. Kingston and St. Andrew, raise your, oh my goodness, look at that. Oh, Kingston and St. Andrew came on early today. You showed up. That's wonderful. It's great to see you. Oh, look at that. Yes. All right. All right. Thank you, Region 1. You can put those hands back down. You can put them back down. Take them down. Put that. We're ready for another region. Yes, we're ready for take the hands down. Take the hands down. Take we don't. All right. We're going to Region 2. We are going to Region 2. We are going. Oh, I don't even have to call the parish. Look at that. St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary. Woo! Yes. How's it over there in Port Antonio? Yes, I see you. Welcome. All right. Thank you, Region 2. You can take your hands down now. You can take your hands down now. And so close to St. Mary that sometimes some parts of St. Mary is considered ultra-rare. St. Anne, Region 3, St. Anne and Trelawney. Oh, yes. I miss St. Anne. All right, let's St. Anne and Trelawney. Thank you. Welcome. All right, so we're going to my hometown. Anybody know where I'm from? St. James, Montego Bay, Region 4, Region 4, St. James, Westmoreland, right? How did I leave out Hanover? I skipped Hanover. No. St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, yes. All right. Hello, my people. Hello, my people. All right. Yes, I see you. All right. Thank you, Region 4. Thank you, Region 4. All right. Great to see you. Thank you. Hands down now, Region 4. Hands down. Hands down, Region 4. Yes. Okay. We are going to Region 5. So we are going to Region 5. St. Elizabeth, Manchester. Yeah. How are you doing? Right? Great. Put it in the chat. You are the region of champions. All right. I know that. Region 5, the region of champions. Yes. Great to see you, Region 5. All right. And now we are going to not count in sequential order. Put your hands down, Region 5. We are going to Region 7 because we reach Region 7 before we reach 6. All right. So Clarendon, this is Region 7. Region 7. Yes, Region 7. Hi. All right. All right. All right. Great to see you, Region 7, the youngest region of them all. Thank you, Region 7. You can put your hands down now. And bringing us out in is closing us out, Region 6. Region 6, let's see those hands, Region 6. And put on the camera and give me a wave since you're closing us out. Put on your camera and give me a wave. Give me a wave. Yes, I see you, Delise. I see you, Marusha. I see you, Medi. I see you, Venice. I see you. I see you, Avia. I see you, Deborah. I see you, Miss Patterson. Uh-huh. I see you, Kadian. Yes. Make all the other regions jealous. Ione, I see you. I see you, Colette. I see you, Paula. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Region 6. Woo! I see you. I am tired. I went across the island. All right. I see you, Jean. All right. Teachers, that was fun. But we have a long day planned. We have an exciting day planned, and we have to get right into it. And I am now going to hand over to the host for today. Everybody knows him, our Chief Professional Development Officer, Mr. Davian Leslie. Mr. Leslie.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. Good morning, family. We have been through so much over the last few months together. I would love to say we have been there for each other. We have held each other's hands, and we have learned from you as much as you have learned from us. We hope today is a great day. It's an excellent day to be alive and well. It's a great time to be working in education. You are going to be among the group of people who will be able to tell others that you taught through a pandemic. Can you imagine that you are among a group of people will be able to say that some years from now? I really want to welcome you to this morning session. As Mrs. Solomon said, this is going to be a long day. We are hoping you'll be able to spend the entire day with us. I'm hoping that you have reviewed the agenda or the program that we sent out. And from that, you are able to determine what aspects of the day you will find most beneficial and are that you are definitely looking forward to participating in. If you can't spend the day, we do invite you to ensure that you look out for those sessions that you definitely want to be a part of and try to get into the room for those sessions. Or if you get kicked out, please just remember we're streaming live on YouTube now. So feel free to join us there. If perchance you get kicked out of the room and can't get back in, we are at 1,000. Our waiting room is full. So if you get kicked out, you more than likely won't be able to get back in. So you can feel free to join us over there on YouTube. I want to welcome as well other members of staff from the Teaching Council who are here in the room now. I know Miss Bailey is with us. Miss Bailey will be interacting with you extensively in the chat. Welcome, Miss Bailey, Miss Dredra Bailey. And we also want to welcome any other member of staff here at the council whose name I can't identify from within the list of 1,000 participants, or who perhaps are joining us from on YouTube as well. This morning, the first presentation that we're going to have is from Ms. Shanique Westcar. Ms. Westcar is an associate clinical psychologist who hails from that lovely garden parish of St. Anne. She has successfully read for her Master's of Science degree in clinical psychology and a postgraduate diploma in loss, grief, and trauma management at the University of the West Indies. She currently worked with the Michael University College Care Center and has been there for the last 7 years. She is currently the manager at the St. Anne branch. Though she has experienced counseling diverse clientele at the center, she primarily conducts psychoeducational assessment. She also works with family schools and her clinical team to develop and implement intervention strategies. Ms. Westcar is going to be speaking us for the next few minutes on the topic, I Will Survive, Thriving Through a Pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give your full attention to Ms. Westcar and to support her through her presentation. Ms. Westcar, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to see so many persons in attendance. It's just great to see so many persons out participating in professional development. It is so important at this point in time. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to commend the Jamaica Teaching Council for organizing this workshop, and Mr. Leslie and Mrs. Solomon for inviting me to speak. Okay, so today we will be talking about I Will Survive, Thriving Through a Pandemic. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now. Oh, snap. Is everyone hearing me? Okay. All right, we just had a power cut a while ago. I'm just making sure that I'm still connected.
You're still connected, Ms. Westcar. We're
Okay.
hearing you.
We just had a power cut.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
All right. So, as stated, we'll be looking at I Will Survive Through a Pandemic. My name is Shanique Westcar. I'm an associate clinical psychologist and I work at the Michael Care Center. I'm just going to encourage persons to freely share with me. I will be presenting, so I'm asking that if persons have questions, that you write it down and maybe we can discuss it at the end. But there are going to be activities that I'm going to be asking for responses for, so I'd greatly appreciate your participation. Okay, so for today, I am aiming to build resilience in our group. So we're moving from merely surviving through the pandemic to coping and then maybe even to thriving. The aim is for persons to be thriving through this experience. So the objectives for this presentation is to increase awareness. We're going to be exploring the pandemic and its impact. We're going to be discussing stress management techniques. I'll actually be doing a deep breathing exercise with you all. And we are going to be talking about strategies that we can employ to move from a place of just coping to thriving through this period. Okay, so I'd like you to just indulge me. I know a lot of persons have many things on their minds. You have yes, you're participating in the workshop, but sometimes you have so much things going on in your mind regarding what you have to do, what are things you need to be putting in place. And we worry, we get overwhelmed. And so in order to clear our minds, I just like persons to participate with me and do a mindfulness exercise. It's a grounding technique. So I'm just going to ask you where you are. So if you are sitting or lying, I just ask you if you're able to just close your eyes with me for a moment. You're going to take a deep breath. So we're going to close our eyes. We're going to take a deep breath in. Breathe out. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look around your surroundings and you're going to tell me 5 things that you see around you. Well, I know it's a lot of persons, so we might not necessarily all have to share, but identify 5 things that you see around you in your surroundings. So it could be the wall color, a painting, a furniture, just 5 things that you see in your surroundings. Okay. Now I would like you to focus on 4 things you can feel. And when I say feel, that could be even just the breeze coming from a fan, the wind, how your socks feels if you were in socks, how the clothes feel on your skin, how your hair feels on your skin. So just take this time to identify 4 things you can feel. The next thing I'm going to ask you to do is to identify 3 things you can hear around you. So like I'm in an office, so now I'm hearing the AC on, I'm hearing vehicles passing outside. I'm actually hearing people being moved. The fourth thing I'd like you to do, I would like you to notice 2 things that you can smell around you. 2 things you can smell. And if you can't smell anything at this point in time, just identify, based on what you're seeing in your surroundings, 2 things that would have a scent that you can remember. All right, the final activity I'm going to ask you to do now is to identify 1 thing you can taste. So what are you tasting in your mouth at this point in time? All right, close your eyes, just take a deep breath in, out. And thank you very much for all those who are able to participate in that activity with me. Now I'm going to just do a feelings check and then we'll get right into the presentation. How are you feeling at this point in time? In the chat, can persons please just pick an emoji and post so that I can have an idea as to how persons are feeling? So are you feeling happy, surprised, you're enjoying yourself, feeling silly, bored, mad, excited? Sleepy. Okay, so I'm seeing a good mixture. Happy, I see tired, sleepy, overwhelmed. Tired. Okay, I've seen a lot of tired. Okay, thankful, great, blessed, happy. All right, excellent. All right, thank you all for sharing. Sometimes when we go through our daily life, we get so busy doing things that we actually aren't able to see or identify what exactly are we feeling at this point in time. And so what we do is that we get so busy in life, the activities of life, that it becomes challenging sometimes for us to even identify that we are experiencing any form of stressors or things like that. And it is not until we reach to a place where it reaches to an extreme that we actually stop and take a moment to just say, okay, then what is happening with me? How am I feeling? So it is something I'm going to encourage persons to do on a regular basis. Just find out, stop checking with yourself, figure out how you're feeling. Okay. All right. So as I said, we are aiming to move up a ladder. Where am I? So I'm going to describe each of these stages, and I just want some persons to reflect, see where you are at. All right. So the merely surviving person, this is the individual who is extremely fearful at this point in time. You spend every day just saying, I can't wait until the pandemic is finished. Just can't wait till the pandemic is finished. Your actions and everything you're doing is based on, am I going to get infected? Should I be planning for worst case scenario? I'm complaining a lot. Everything just seems to be out of whack. I don't feel as if I have control of what is happening in my life. The next stage of persons are those who are coping. So you realize there's a pandemic and you've identified, okay, then it's stressful. You've been doing things like exercising and trying to build your coping capacity. You're interacting with other persons and you're just at a place where you're knowledgeable of everything that is happening. You've accepted that, okay, then this is happening for a season and you're trying to work through it. So you're taking steps to work through it. The thriving person now is the individual who is using this pandemic as an opportunity to grow, to build themselves and to become a better person. Where are you? So I know for many persons, I think a lot of persons have moved more. I think in 2020, more persons were in the merely surviving state to where they are now coping. But the question is, are you thriving during this period? All right.
There are a number of persons in the chat, Ms. Wesker, who are indicating that they are coping. There are a few persons who are actually thriving. Indeed, I don't know if you're looking at the chat. So
no, because I see a lot of blinking, but I didn't have it down at that point in time. Yes.
Okay.
Well, this is good. So you're making my presentation. What I'm going to do for those who are already...
Ms. Wesker, I also want to report from the YouTube page that they're saying that they're coping and thriving.
Okay, good.
A few persons. Yes.
Okay, good. So that means that I think I'm about gauging it right then. So we've kind of moved past that panic stage. We know we have information in regards to the pandemic. We know how to keep ourselves safe. So we're more coping. And I'm actually excited to see so many persons thriving during this period. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do an activity. If you have a sheet of paper in front of you, I'm going to ask you to write with your non-dominant hand. If you write with both hands, I guess either is fine. But basically what I would like to do is just tap into your gut feelings and just how your mind works without you reasoning out an answer. I'm going to say some words from this picture because this in essence has been our 2020. If we were saying in the Jamaican context, then yes, we could include crime, abductions, which I've been hearing too often, I think, and many other things that we hear on the news. But I'm going to say some words, and with your non-dominant hand, and that your non-dominant hand is the hand that you do not primarily write with. Your non-dominant hand, I'm going to say the word, and I would like you to write the first thing that comes to your mind. So I'm going to say about 5 words, and then we will continue. So the first word is COVID. Don't think about it, just write the first word that comes to your mind when you think of COVID. I see change, fear, 19, good. Mask, good. Monster, challenge, dangerous, death, stress, illness, sadness. The next word I'm going to ask you to write with your left, not your left, my left hand is my non-dominant, but with your non-dominant hand is, what is the first word you think of when you think about life? Good, hard, happiness, happy, death, survival, death, long life, family, challenges, health, survive, blessings, love, possibility, challenges, contentment, good, stress, blessings. Okay, great. Now, I'm going to be saying another word. Mask. What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word mask? Stifling. Can agree with that sometimes. Survival, rubber, air, corona, discomfort, breathing, protection. Okay. Hiding face and nose, necessity. All right, so there's a mixture. I want you to think of the first word that comes to your mind when I say online teaching. Stress, hard, stress, stress, frustrating, stress, wow, challenging, flip-flop, difficult, challenge, possibility, deficiency, double work, stress, stress, nice and frustrating, craziness, new, stress, 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 fun. Okay, so I have a mixture there as well. I'm hearing stress a lot, but yes, I have a mixture there. All right, the final word I'm going to say is, what do you think about when you think about yourself, your name? If I were to call your name, what's the first word that you're thinking about? Vibes, awesome, love, loving, beautiful, quiet, growth, survivor, humble, wonderful, survivor. We have quite a few survivors. Great, patient, dedicated, wonderful, excellent. All right, so one of the things that we saw a lot while we were doing this activity is a lovely word. Stress. But what are some of the challenges that we're experiencing? I'm going to list some. If persons want to share in the chat, they can also share things that I have not included in the list. What are some of the challenges that we have been facing since the pandemic? And, this is a history. This is going to go in history books about this pandemic, and we're living history. So let's look at some of the challenges that we experience personally. So personally, there's the fear of yourself and a family member contracting the disease. For some persons, you've lost a loved one. For some families, they've lost incomes. I can speak to that in that, especially if you're from a tourist area, you've definitely lost income. Living in a state of fear, their people tend to be tense and very short fused more than ever nowadays. There's a fear of uncertainty about the future. All right, let me see if persons are putting anything else in the chat. So what are some other realities that we're experiencing right now? Uncertainty. Well, someone is asking for the YouTube link. I don't know if someone technical could assist where that's concerned. Adjusting restrictions, persons dying, yes. Having to play multiple roles, yes. Social challenges, limited social lives, yes. Balancing everything. Yes, so these are some challenges that we are facing on a daily basis. Relaxing, adjusting to the lifestyle, finding a balance. Okay. All right. On a professional level now, what are some of the challenges that we've had? Because for many persons, we're still doing online teaching. So professionally, some challenges that teachers experience, and I work very closely with teachers, are connection issues, limited resources, not being able to access all the students, inconsistent attendance of students. Some students may even become disenfranchised by this whole experience. I have some teenagers where I have to be on them on a regular basis because for some, based on their discussions, it would seem as if they have worked out that they're old enough and there's no need for them continuing studying anymore. Challenges with getting accurate information, because you have some parents who, and I've had to speak to parents in regards to this, not doing work for their children or going behind the instrument that the child is using and trying to mouth and tell the child the correct answer when you're asking questions. What are some of the challenges professionally that you've experienced? My chat isn't coming up. Okay, well, I
Well,
figured that you.
I can just share a few of the comments that are coming in the chat in
Okay.
terms of the challenges. Data collection, Melva
Mhm.
Humes Johnson pointed out, electricity cost.
Yes.
I know somebody else had pointed that out, intermittent connections with internet.
Yes.
Eyes are tired, monitoring my toddler while teaching online.
Mm.
Um, some people don't have device. At one point, never had device to teach.
Yes.
Preparing an interesting online class and writing lesson plans at the same time, and so on.
Okay. So it's a mixture
Appropriate devices.
of challenges. Okay. But you know what? I just like to just take this opportunity to commend you all for your hard work during this season. You guys have had to adapt and adapt fast. And I think you have been trying your best. And that is all we can ask for at this point in time. So I had said it earlier, but who can tell me what is one of the main things I can say practically most persons have experienced at some point in time during the pandemic? Start with S. And then it's T. Who can finish that word for me? Mr. Leslie, do we have an answer in the chat?
I'm trying to access the chat. I think because of how quickly the chat is moving, we are
Oh,
having a
what does
problem
People are
oh
saying
loading.
stress.
stress? Excellent.
Stress.
Stress. But the thing about it is that we experience stress at all points in our life. Some of us were very stressed before COVID started. Some of us are extremely stressed now that COVID is here. But the thing about it is, if you can learn to manage stress, regardless of what you actually experience, you're able to maneuver through those situations having less of a negative impact on you. So all right, so let's talk about it. We won't spend too much time on it because I really want to get into my thrivers and helping to build. Even those who are coping, I'm hoping I can give you some other ideas as to add to your arsenal in regards to that. Stress, yes. All right, so what is stress? So stress is defined as the body's reactions to challenges and demands. All right, so this can present as emotional or physical tension. It occurs from situations which results in a person feeling frustrated, angry, or nervous. Another definition which I had received is that stress is the feeling of being overwhelmed or unable to cope with mental and emotional pressure. So we can see there's no question we have experienced challenges during this time, and that there's a heavy demand, especially on teachers, in regards to just work output, everything that has to be done. So it is normal for persons to experience stress. But if we're honest with ourselves, what exactly is your stressor? What about the pandemic is causing the stress? Is it the pandemic itself, or are there other things? Still not getting to access the chat, but
We
let's
we
press
may have to
along.
allow a person. We may have to allow some persons to raise their hand, and we can perhaps take
Okay, so if
responses
someone
there.
has their hands raised, I'm willing to hear. That's not a problem.
Okay. I see
All right, so
Miss Patterson. Is it
Patterson,
whose hand
yes.
is up?
See quite a few hands now. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so do I just
Well, I'm trying to allow these
unmute?
persons to unmute. So, Mrs. Patterson Burton, we're trying to give you permission. Miss Ellis.
Actually, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Actually, it was a mistake, but
Oh, that's fine. No. We have other
I can
persons
still
who.
share.
Okay, go ahead.
Apart from the COVID, I think, the pressures of life has a whole lot to do with it compounds the problem of the whole pandemic. And so it causes more
Yes,
stress than anything else.
that's true.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing. That is true.
Miss Ellis had allowed you to also unmute. Did you want to also quickly contribute before we move on?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
One of the stress that I face is coping with personal issues. Then I have to adjust to the different adjusting to the platforms, because we have to start it with one platform. Then we have to find the
Yes.
right fit for the different platforms. So that was a bit stressful. And then because I'm studying compound with the workload and the
Oh,
work stress, and then the personal stress at home. So those are combined.
okay. So that is quite a bit. That is a lot you have on your plate, though. But yes, you can understand where those changes and challenges would be stressors. And I want persons to remember that stress is relative to the person who is experiencing it. So sometimes we may have someone talk about how stressed they are about a situation, and you are listening and saying, okay, well, that doesn't seem all that stressful. But stress is experienced by persons at different levels through different experiences. Let's look at some of the effects of stress. True or false, stress can have a positive impact on someone.
Again, I'm trying to get to the chat. I see quite a few persons saying true, yes, true. I see absolutely
True,
no
all
one
right.
saying no.
So all true.
I think I just saw a no, but getting to that no with the way the chat is moving might be a challenge. But I
All right, so the
certainly know
chat is
somebody
moving
said
very
no.
fast.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when we are experiencing stress, some stress can actually be very positive. If you get a promotion and you feel pressured to perform well, you executing your job at a higher level, is stress having a positive impact on you? Or you see a situation and your fight flight mode comes in and you say, okay, then I'm getting away from that stressful situation. That is an instance where it actually helps as well. But research has shown that if you experience stress for an extended period of time, it can have very negative impacts on you. And I'm just going to highlight some of them. Emotionally, persons can experience frustration, anxiety, depression, and that would include the worrying. For some persons, they may feel overwhelmed, they may lose motivation. Cognitively, you'll find that sometimes you make poor judgments. You're so stressed that you're not really thinking clearly. You make poor judgments. You become forgetful. You have negative thoughts. So you have challenges focusing. Also, physically, for persons, they may experience aches and pains. Has persons experience? I know when I'm stressed, my shoulder area becomes very tight. So you always feel like there's a knot in the shoulder or the neck, your head hurts you. There's insomnia. For some persons, they find that they're sleeping and they're grinding their teeth. Persons, eczema may act up. Persons may have constipation or diarrhea, hypertension. You can gain or even lose weight. You can have cardiac challenges. And then as it relates to behavior, you'll find that, okay, then you start procrastinating. Things are so overwhelming that you just keep putting things to a later time. And then what happens is that becomes a cycle because you're putting things off and you're stressing yourself about all that you're putting off. Persons may start biting the nails, fidgeting a lot, not being able to focus. And persons may choose coping skills that may have negative long-term effects on them. So drinking, using some form of drug, smoking. And then there's a loss of appetite. But the thing about it is that what I'm going to encourage you all is that there are means and ways of managing stress. And today I'm just hoping to share just a few of them. It is not exhaustive. I think if we're going to talk about stress and the ways of dealing with stress, we'll be here for the entire day. But one of the first things is good for you to do, and that's why I asked the question, is to identify the stressor. So for some persons, it's not actually the virus that is the stressor, it is the family rules that are being changed because of finances. It is the new responsibilities that are being taken on. It is the challenges getting access to even just saying teaching. So if you're able to identify your stressor, there are two things you can either do. You can either remove the stressor, where we're in, as it relates to the pandemic, many of our stressors we're not able to get rid of. Because if it was up to us, COVID would not be here at this point in time. But the next thing that you can do is look at what you can control. What is it that you can control in this situation? You can control what you're telling yourself. So am I telling myself, okay, then I can't go outside because I'm going to catch this virus, or I can't do the online learning thing. I just don't have the mental space to be doing it. So I'm struggling in that area. I can't manage. So I'm going to have to just ignore some of the relational and family responsibilities. So let me just ignore those. What are you telling yourself? Because sometimes the challenge that you have is not necessarily the stressor, it is what you're telling yourself in regards to that stressor. The next thing that you can control is how you behave. So I always tell persons that when you're having a challenge with an individual, you cannot control an individual's behavior, but you can control how you react to it. how are you reacting to the changes that are taking place? Are you adapting, being flexible? Are you getting frustrated? How can we work on improving that? And what influence are we allowing external things to have on us? So is it that our decisions are now being influenced by everything that is on the news? Is it that we're allowing persons' negative thought to get into our heads? Sometimes it is as if persons are so overloaded with negative things. I was telling someone the other day that it feels as if we're waking up in a action movie or a Final Destination type movie, because it's just one negative after another. But what impact are we allowing that to have on our decision-making capacity and how we're functioning on a daily basis? And is that impacting your ability to teach? Because as much as we try to compartmentalize and separate work from home, at times you'll find that if you're overly stressed through home situations or personal situations, you will have this may spill over in the class. All right, so we're going to talk about some just tips that persons can employ to help them through this period. Be safe. I don't think I need to go through all of these measures. I think we know them by heart, but let's just say some of them. Just make sure that you stay 1 meter away, wear your mask, avoid crowds, constantly be washing your hands, stay at home, keep elderly family members safe and persons who have underlying conditions. Ensure that you're sneezing in your elbow. Make sure that you're in rooms that are well ventilated, especially when you're with other persons. And if the opportunity presents itself, you can become vaccinated. But aside from that, what are things that you can incorporate in your daily activity to help you manage the stress? Could some persons share how they deal with stress? And then I could actually go into some other things that we could do.
Colleagues, now's a chance again to share either in the chat, or if you wish to use the mic to also raise your hand, and we'll try to give you a chance to speak.
Yeah, I see Brown, I think, raised their hand.
Can you go ahead and unmute, because I'm having challenge accessing the participants list.
Oh, okay.
Are you able to?
Let's see. How can I ask to unmute?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, so the way how I deal with stress, I love exercising. So I get up in the morning very early and I exercise. I go to the gym sometimes. I have a little business on the sideline, so I go after exercising. I have a little shake. I do shakes right for about 1 hour or so in the morning. And I link to positivity. And sometimes I do morning huddles and professional development for like 15 minutes.
That's very good. Excellent. Thank you for sharing. All right. Miss Morris?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How I cope with stress is that I read a lot of inspirational books. I listen to songs. I've just started a gardening, so I love flowers, and I do stick around persons that are positive, because when you are going through stresses, it's hard to be around persons who are negative. They will not help you. So that's what I do.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's not giving me.
I
Oh, am I hearing?
Hello.
Yes. Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, yes, I'm Carrie-Ann from Region 4. For me, I speak positively to myself.
Good.
And and some of the symptoms that you have of stress, I do have it too. You will probably find myself, stretching the neck because I do feel the tension in the shoulders. So I speak to myself. I speak positively to myself. I watch movies I also try to go outside, if it's even for 5 minutes every day. So at lunchtime, I go outside. And then I have some bona fide friends, 3 friends who keep me grounded. So I try to speak with them on a regular basis. That's how I try to deal with my stress. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, I think I can take about what, 2 more, and then let's see. Um, okay.
Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak. One of the things that or some of the things that I do, I am an exercise freak. So even during the height of the pandemic, I would go out early and walk. And then I learned that the pandemic didn't like the COVID-19 did not like sunlight, that it would thrive in the cool. So I switch my walking time to later on in the day when it is hot. I also like to watch the funny movies, even some of the reruns of some of those old comedies and thing. And I'm a church person, so I have a link with my young people and church members and pastors and everybody. So that kind of gives me a multifaceted grounding right there. And I have some great teachers like Karen over there who just spoke, and others that we bounce things off and things. So that's why I could say that I'm thriving. And I've gotten some positive persons speak into me, like Mr. Leslie on this platform. It's been very, very positive.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Jean.
All right, final person. Pearl. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. You have a voice of sunshine. That's nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually wanted to go into to Karamak after I left St. Joseph, but I couldn't manage it. But I still think I want to do something there. Thank you.
Yes.
I am so grateful. When I saw this posted in my mailbox, I just jumped on it so quickly and registered long before I was told from work. But I looked forward to these kind of things to motivate me and to push me, because I was one of those persons who were turning over tables when this thing started, and we had to be thrusted into the classroom not knowing what G Suite was about and all of that. And what I have been doing in order to get myself up and about this COVID thing that has become the new normal, which is, I consider, new abnormal. I research and I research and I research to discover all I can discover and to explore what I can find about the apps that are there to help my children, myself, my parents. And I dive into music because I'm a lover of music and I love to sing. And my gardening is a big part of my motivation. And I love to watch movies, So I try to stay away from the movies that would be something that would promote any kind of negativity, something that would just charge you up and make you feel mushy and warm and fuzzy, and stay away from the negatives as much as possible. And I try to do the same with, working with my kids and my parents and, with my colleagues. If something comes up where we have to talk about the COVID thing, but we try to keep abreast at the same time that COVID is still happening. And these are the things that we have to do in order to do, because this is why we are in this space at this time. But I try to make sure I stay abreast, but at the same time, I stay away from all the negatives.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, I wanted to share. I actually think I'm going to do that.
Before you move on, Miss Wesker, I just wanted to. I'm sorry, guys, I can't call names from the chat. There just seem to too many. But a number of persons in the chat have spoken about, doing things outdoor, taking up new hobbies, painting and crafting, watching movies, listening to music. Quite a few persons have found solace in the church, even virtually. They have found new YouTube channels that they are subscribing to and watching. Lots of different games that they can play with family, a few persons said, and so on.
Excellent. All right, so this supports the information we got at the beginning to say that a lot of persons are coping and for some they are actually thriving. So we're still going to talk about some of the activities and things we can do to manage stress, but I wanted to show you a video of all right, let me try and see how I can do that now. So I'm going to have to stop sharing. It's not giving me the opportunity to share again, is it?
You should be able to, Miss Wesker.
Yeah, I'm thinking so as well. Well, let me see what is happening. All right. All right. I think I clicked something incorrectly. Okay, yes, now I'm able to. Is everyone seeing my screen?
We're seeing you, but
You're
not
seeing
a screen that you're sharing.
All right, so that means my sharing is not going how I had planned. Okay, let me try again. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you just a short clipping of a teacher. She had done this, she had shared a video with her students in regards to how she was managing the online teachings. What I want to ask persons is, do you think she was coping, or how do you actually think she was coping well with the situation? All right, and so some of you would have seen the video already. All righty, so.
Hey, so as some of you guys might know, I'm a music teacher, and I found that one of the best ways that I can process the whole transition to online learning and teaching is to write a song. So I wrote a song. I'd like to share that with you guys now. Here we go.
No.
So
Question. Was she coping well? All right, I see some persons say no.
That's how she copes. That's how she copes.
Well, what I wanted to just say to persons and why I showed the video, though, honestly, to be fair, because this came out last year, I think we were in about our second month of lockdown, and it made my day because she was singing how I felt at that point in time, and it just made me laugh so much. But the thing about it is, why I'm showing you that is just for persons to realize that there's no specific way that you cope with a situation. Your personality is what is going to dictate how you approach coping with us and managing the stress related to the situation. So for her, she identified her stressor, so she knew that it was the online teaching. She identified a medium that she wanted to express herself through. And for some of us, we would say that, oh my God, I feel as if I'm going to scream. But she actually did it, which would have brought some relief to her at that point in time. Are there other ways? Yeah, sure. But the thing about it is that what I'd want to encourage you and just let you know that there is no right or wrong way per se of coping with a situation. The only time when persons usually encourage you or dissuade you from using a coping method is if it is going to be harmful to you in the long run or to other persons. So if it is painting, skipping, walking around the place and they're dancing, do what you need to do to cope. All right, but here are some things that we do to manage stress on a regular basis. So exercising, and when we say exercising, physical activity, and for a lot of persons, we hear that exercising is too hard or it's too challenging. But remember, they have different types of exercises. So the thing about it is that you don't have to stick to what is popular. You can just do what fits your personality. The next thing we need to look at is dieting. Right now, especially where health is concerned, it's great that we keep a balanced diet. I know for persons like me, I grew up on herbs. So I have my turmeric tea and I have the ginger and I have all of those type of stuff. But do make sure you're eating things that help you to feel better, to feel energized. Leisure activities. I heard quite a few persons talk about watching movies, going for walks, going to the gym, and these are all excellent. Do things that you enjoy. Right now, we know that many beaches are closed, so I wouldn't encourage you to insist that that is the leisure activity that you're going to do. But think outside the box. Get a skipping rope and go outside and skip. If you have children, turn it into a family activity. Do some skipping. Play some card games. If you don't have cards, get a sheet of paper, you play games like why and because. Think outside of the box where it comes on to leisure activities. If it is that you have a spouse or a significant other, you can have home dates. Come up with creative ways of having a date night that is not expensive and won't put you at risk. New hobbies, and that was something I saw quite a few persons highlighting that they had started gardening. Persons I know would have been sewing masks. I know that was a popular thing at one point in time. Everyone was sewing their own masks. And it is great for you to pick up a hobby. One of the things with hobbies is that it has a really nice calming effect on persons. When I do a hobby, I do something that takes my mind off everything that is going on around me, so I can focus on that at that point in time. So it can be painting, learning a new musical instrument, making candles, making clothes, shoes, going outside and identifying what clothes look like. Those are hobbies. But collecting coins or going and collecting different types of rocks and leaves and stuff like that. But anything that works for you is fine. Laugh. I don't think people realize how important it is for laughter. Laughter relieves a lot of the tension that you're experiencing. And when you can have a proper laugh where you're just laughing for a good while, you actually feel yourself be lighter at the end of it. So look at things that are funny. Not every movie needs to be overly serious. Find a movie that is funny. Look at a joke. Sometimes lesson around memes and stuff like that. Find something that will make you laugh. And if you're funny, you're a person who is not natural at making people laugh. Make an effort to make others laugh on a daily basis. I mean, even at my workplace, I have a staff member who always says that even if she's working from home, she misses being here. Why? Because she knows that as long as she's around me, she's going to be laughing. Reaching out to others. As individuals, I think it is very important that we expand and we identify our support system. What is your support system like? Do you have a healthy support system? Because you have persons who you consider your support system. However, each time you speak to them, it's basically something negative. And as it relates to this season, I don't know what it is, but there's been there are many families who you hear about having challenges during this time. I think maybe the lockdowns or the whole fact that for some persons, they are in tight spaces, or because of the social distances, they're not reaching out as much. But work on family relationship, build your friendships, identify who your actual support system is, and have those as the key persons. I like the response I got, that someone had people who kept them grounded. Have people that keep you grounded. So if you're getting into a state of over hyper fear, or you're getting overly down, or you're getting overly anxious, there's someone there that can help you and guide you through that process. Journaling is an excellent way of managing stress. One, you're able to write down, and sometimes the power of a pen and a paper, just writing down how you're feeling or the thoughts that are going through your heads, many times help people to relieve the stressors that they're experiencing. And for persons who are spiritual, prayer, reading scripture, motivational work, those are things that help to build you during this period, and it is a form of support. All right, this is something I had I saw quite a few persons saying that they were tired. Not to say that I'm assuming that it is poor sleep you are getting, but for some persons I know that it may be. And it's something that a lot of persons that I spoke with during the initial stage of the pandemic, and to some degree now, experience. They're having challenges with sleeping. I'm going to encourage persons to develop a good sleep hygiene. And when we speak about sleep hygiene, we're talking about what is your routine to go to bed. Because for some persons, they have the TV on, and then that's basically it. You fall asleep. If you don't fall asleep, then you keep watching TV until they do. But you're encouraged to actually set a time that you go to your bed. Have a time that you go to bed. Have a time that you wake up. Create like a 30-minute wind down time, so you know that, okay, then I'm going to be brushing my teeth, I'm going to be turning off the devices at a specific time, and this is the period that I'm saying my prayers and I'm going to get myself to sleep. Keeping electronics away, because they've actually found that the lights from some of the electronics does impact sleeping ability for persons. Limiting sound, if you're a person that needs sound to sleep, then that shouldn't necessarily be a challenge. But if it is that you need a specific sound, if you are going to use the electronic, don't put it too close to the bed. Try calming scents, and I like candles, but if it is a situation that you are using candles, don't go to sleep with the candles lit. Fire hazard. So ensure that you can use calming scents such as lavender to assist where sleeping is concerned. And for some persons, just drinking some chamomile tea or something that is not caffeinated. So you wouldn't be drinking red rose tea right before you go to your bed, because I actually used to use that to study when I was going to university. You drink that and you're up. Or coffee, you wouldn't be using those. But don't take too many naps during the days. And if you realize it is close to your bed, when you're going to go to sleep, try not to nap and then wake up and then say, oh, I'm going to go to sleep. No, some persons, they can do that. But for other persons, you'll find that it may pose a challenge in them sustaining sleep throughout the night. Limit large meals before bed. I know some persons may have a challenge with this one, in that they like to eat before in the nights. I know quite a few people that is their thing. They wake up in the night, they cook this big meal, they eat, and they're the happiest thing in the world. They go to their bed. If that works for you, then fine. But for some persons, just eating too large a meal actually puts your body into overdrive for them, and they are not able to rest as much. And then if you have fallen asleep, it's usually recommended that you don't toss and turn. You know, sometimes you just turn one side and you just keep trying to get back to sleep. It's usually encouraged that you don't do that you actually get out of the bed. Do a calming activity, maybe pray, read a book, or do something calming for a few minutes, and then you try to sleep again. And it's also recommended that the bed is used primarily for sleeping purposes or activities related to the bed. So not work and all of those type of stuff, because what happens is that you're not training your mind to say, okay, every time I go on this bed, I need to go to sleep. All right. Relaxing. So there are quite a number of relaxation techniques, especially for persons who experience anxiety when they're stressed. So you have progressive muscle relaxation, which is basically contracting and relaxing different muscles in your body. You have deep breathing, which is the activity I'm hoping to do with you in the next few minutes. And then you have guided imagery, which is basically you keeping an image and associating positive thoughts with it. Mindfulness. This is something we're hearing about a lot, especially since the pandemic. I think every presentation I have been to and seen have spoken in regards to mindfulness. And if persons remember, the first activity we actually did to start this presentation was the grounding technique, where you actually were supposed to look for 5 things you can see, things you can see, things you can feel, things you can taste, and just clearing your mind of the clutter and the overwhelming feelings, just so that you can focus on the present. So mindfulness is a basic human ability to be fully present. So during this state, we are aware of where we are and what we're doing. We are not overly reactive or overwhelmed by what is going on around us. So it is basically giving us our mind a break from all those floods of thoughts that's going on there. And it's found to reduce running thoughts, stress, boost working memory, and increase clarity, lowers anxiety and depression. All right, so we're going to do a breathing activity at this point in time. So if you are able, I'd just like you to sit or lie, if you can. Hopefully no one is standing, or no one is standing for too long a period. And you're going to place your feet on the floor. You're going to try and get comfortable as you can. And one of the things I want you to remember is that usually when persons are feeling anxious, you'll find that your heart starts racing and you start taking shallow breaths. So it's that you're not taking in enough oxygen to your body, and you find you sweat, you can become uneasy, have difficulty concentrating, and sometimes your mind just goes blank, and some people actually can reach into a full-blown panic attack. But this is a really, really good technique. It's something that I use all the time to just calm myself. And it's really good as well if you're having challenges with sleeping. You lie down and you do the breathing technique. It relaxes your body and kind of helps to get you into that sleeping state. So that's one of the reasons I've decided to walk you through this activity. All right. When persons are asked to breathe, and you'll find that when you're telling persons to calm down, or just take a deep breath. When you are breathing, most persons breathe and your chest is what is actually increasing. For this activity, what we're expecting to increase is your diaphragm. So your stomach is supposed to actually be going out when you breathe in. You're breathing in through your nose, and your stomach goes back in when you're breathing out, which you would be doing through your mouth. All right, so if you can take one of your hands and you're going to place it on your stomach.
Can you say that again, Ms. Wesker, in terms of the stomach diaphragm, just so that others are clear?
Okay, so when you breathe in, so you're breathing in through your nose, your stomach actually is supposed to expand, so it's supposed to get larger. And when you're breathing out, that's when your stomach actually goes in. So the activity of the breathing isn't up in the chest. We're actually doing deep breathing, meaning that we're breathing from the diaphragm. All right, so let's try. I'm going to ask you to place one hand on your stomach, and you are going to breathe in through your nose. When you're breathing in, I'm going to do a count to 5. Then you're going to pause, and then afterwards we're going to breathe out for a count of 5 as well. Remember, when you're breathing in, your stomach goes out. When you're breathing out, your stomach comes back in. All right, so let's try. This is a trial run, and then we'll do about 3, and then afterwards I'll move, because I think my time is running. Okay, so breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it. Breathe out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you can close your eyes, that would be perfect as well. All right. So we're going to do about 3, maybe 4 of them, and then afterwards we'll move on to something else. So keep your hand on your stomach. Try and get relaxed. You drop your shoulders. Get relaxed in whatsoever position you're at, seated, lying down. Close your eyes, and you're breathing in through your nose. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, breathe in. Remember, stomach's enlarging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, when we're breathing out, try to let the breath extend to the end of the count of the 5. So don't just breathe out slowly. All right, ready again? So breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3.
So that is why me I tell you some minute things say things that that's why I do it.
All right. So this activity is called. I seen a miss bar. Yes. This activity, if it's found to slow your breathing, which allows more oxygen to be coming in your body, it keeps you calm. If you have low blood pressure, I wouldn't do it too long or for an extended period of time. And if you're having seizures, you wouldn't do it too long either. Why? Because 1, it lowers the blood pressure, and 2, you're cutting off oxygen. And we know that if you have epilepsy and that is done for a prolonged period of time, it can trigger a seizure. So just ensure that you do it in a safe space and at a rate that is not too much. So on average, a person may do it 5 times or until their body feels relaxed. But as I said, if you have any of those conditions, I would limit the number of times that it is done. Okay. All right. So, I see a hand up. Style Phillips? No, Style Phipps?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Mrs. Carr, for me, I am just going to speak for me. I am not doing well. And I have a lot of newness in my life. I'm a bit nervous, so just bear with me. I know that your time is going, but I'm just asking you to just listen. All right, for me, I have a lot of newness in my life. I got married recently. I moved into a new home, a new community. I got a promotion at work. I am also newly promoted at church. I am a deacon at my church. And with all this newness and these responsibilities, I really don't think I am coping well. All right, so I'm moving. Let me start with the new community that I moved in. I used to live in St. Mary. Now I'm living in Portland. I don't really know. I don't know anybody here. All right, in St. Mary where I was living with my mother for many years. So I don't know how living on my own would be. I was excited to move into my new home, to move into a new place. And now that I am here, I am really feeling sad. And I used to exercise with my family and friends and all of that. As I said before, I don't know anybody here. So I am trying to get into this groove and this culture. In this community that I am living, people don't really come out. You only see person passing and all of that. So I am mostly in. I am married to a soldier as well. So he's not home. So I am mostly by myself. I was listening to other persons who said some of the things that they would do. They would do a little gardening and all of that. But I am trying to like cope, but I think I need help. I was looking at some symptoms of mental health, and I think I saw about 10 of them, and I had 9 of the symptoms. When I look, I have shortness of breath sometimes. I am putting off things that I think I would. I used to do well. I recently finished studying as well. So I did a master's recently. So I am not a TV person, so I don't really watch TV. I read a lot and all of that. But just to say that even with my students, I am a teacher who would like to interact with my students. I talk to them, I hug them. I have students who I have never met, I have never seen in person. You don't have the control that you would normally have within the class. The parents, it's like the more you do, the more they say that they need more from you. So it's like I am pulled in 13 different directions. Being on my own as well, I am also observing that I have some issues from the past. Know that you're on your own, they're coming up, and how to deal with these. So it's a lot for me. It's a lot. And to me, I am not doing well. To me, I am getting really.
All right. Well, Mrs. Styles Phipps, what I'm going to encourage you to do, if you can just send me a private chat, your phone number, private chat, I will actually follow up with you in regards to that, because that there is hope, and for the most part, a lot of positives are happening in your life. So it's really for us now to just adjust to that. So you can send, yes.
All right. Hi. Just want to point out to the teacher that there are other persons in the chat that are feeling just the way you are. And the Jamaica Teaching Council is quite aware that some of our teachers are having challenges at this time. I'm going to encourage you to do some things. I am going to ask you to look back at our webinar on return to happiness, because we have done some psychosocial support sessions. Also, I am going to put in the chat a directory of services for psychosocial support. And, so these are contacts. So persons, especially as you have indicated from what Ms. Wetskar has put out that you have identified as some symptoms, we are very concerned. Please use the psychosocial support directory, because help is here and persons are willing to help. And of course, Ms. Westcar has reached out to you also. So just teach us, this is for everybody. We are very concerned. Look back at our webinar, and I am going to put the psychosocial support directory in the chat. Thank you.
So hopefully with all of that, we can come up with something that will work for you, Mrs. Phipps.
Or do I send you a private chat?
All right, I'm going to send you one as soon as I'm finished with the canvas. And as soon as I'm finished with the presentation, I'll send you one, and then you can reply to me.
Just to add one more thing, Ms. Carr. I know that mental health is real, and sometimes we have to be careful where we seek help as well. Because for some persons, when I talk to some persons, they are saying that just snap out of it. And this is not something that you can easily just snap out of. It is real, and we just have to just face it as is. I know I was doing well. I know I will do well again, but at this moment and at this time, I just really need help.
Yeah, and you just need a little extra support. And by right, you're coping. We just need to help you to move to a level that you're thriving at this point in time. So I'll definitely be sending you the message.
Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. All right, I think my time is going. So let me try my best to move on from there. We're close to the end now, people. I know I've had you for a while. Okay, so how do we move from coping to thriving? When we talk about thriving through something, it means that you are growing through an experience. And one of the things I would encourage persons to do is to engage in self-reflection. This is something that I actually had to do when the pandemic started. If you were watching the news, and I remember that at the beginning, everyone was watching CNN, from CNN to TVJ, and you just kept watching the news, trying to get what was happening. And you'd hear of persons your age, persons younger than you, persons who are quite healthy and fit, actually seemed like they're fit. And so just passing away. And one of the things I did, which I wouldn't necessarily encourage all persons to do, but it was something that helped myself, was that I went into my room and I looked in the mirror. I looked at myself and I said to myself, you're hearing about death so much. What have you achieved? One, what would you like to do? Two, and I did a word exercise, which was basically to write my eulogy in my mind. And for you, I would just encourage you to just reflect on yourself, look at things that you'd want to do. And what I'm going to encourage you to do as well is to dare yourself to grow. Because when I did the activity, it was I felt a bit down after doing it, because I've achieved quite a lot in my life, but there's so many things that I wanted to do. And in sometimes when you're looking at everything that's around you, you keep saying to yourself that, okay, I can't do this, I can't do that. But what is it that you can do during this period? And you know what, we find time for things that we want to do. If we can get our minds to stop thinking that, okay, this is limiting me, then I can start working on things. So for example, I like movie editing and all of those type of stuff. Yes, I plan to do a course in there in the future, but instead of keep saying, after the pandemic, I'm going to. What I started to do, YouTube, some ways of making small videos, and I started making my own small videos. Looking at things that you aspire to and using this opportunity as a stepping stone to engage. Because if we stop looking at life as I'm waiting for the right time and just jumping into things now, it works out better. Why? When I say jumping, I don't mean that you're going to haphazardly leave your job and do something random, but use this as a stepping stone. If I say that I want to do further education, which is something that I actually wanted to do, start researching schools that offer the service. If you have a talent that you think needs to be developed, utilize the talent, or find ways of improving it. Find ways of becoming the best you that you can be. For some of you, you have books inside of you. For some of you that are church oriented, you have ministries inside of you. For some of you, you have so much knowledge to impart on children, and finding creative ways of doing that might not necessarily mean that, okay, you're going to only stick to your normal profession, but you can actually you can draw, you can use that to motivate and inspire persons. Build on the skills that you have. Use the opportunity to identify new skills that you have, and use it as a stepping stone. So if you say that you want to travel the world, and we keep saying, oh, because of COVID, start looking at what are the countries you plan to visit. Have you started checking out information in regards to those countries? Think about ways that you can better yourself, improve yourself, and be the best you that you can be. Because if we're only coping, that means that we're going to go through life, go through the day-to-day activities, and at times we may become overwhelmed by things, yes, but you're just getting by. What we want to be at a place where we're actually growing through this experience. So when the history books have been written and you're telling some persons down the road that, okay, then this is I went through the pandemic, and during the pandemic I was able to, I learned that I was able to. For some of you, learned that you're actually quite tech savvy. You didn't know that before. For some persons, they learned that they were able to. So that was something I learned during the period. I was able to sew, baking. We started doing all sorts of stuff. You find out relationship-wise, what are some of the things that you're really looking for in a partner? Are we having the serious conversations that we can have? Since there's lockdown and we're sitting down and we're having, are we working through things that we can work through? What I'd like to ask for some persons to share in the chat, what are some things that you're hoping to do during this period, or ways you're planning to grow during this period? Let me see if I'm able to access chat now. Learn to play the piano, yes. Grow your business, I agree with it. Learn to swim, very good, even though the beach lockdown may be a challenge, but you can start learning the techniques online, very good. Learn a new skill. And you know what? Online, there's so many new skills. Finishing your degree, excellent. Because the thing is, though there's lockdown, though there is curfews, and though we're not mobile as much, it allows for some amount. It's stressful, yes, but it does allow for some controlling of what the hours are spent doing. And when I actually evaluated how I was spending my days, it was spent initially surviving, coping through everything. It wasn't being fulfilling as it could have been. Spending time with family, starting a YouTube channel, that's something I had recently done too. Becoming a mentor, these are all excellent things. And you know what? It is not too late. It is not the wrong time. Start now. Start now, grow, build your talents, build the skills that you're supposed to do. If you need to write, sharpen your technical skills, there are courses. And if there's financial challenges online, check YouTube. Improve driving, writing a book. Yes, I have someone for one of my authors. Great. Serve the shut-ins. That is so wonderful. And by right, sometimes you can reach out. Sometimes you're having this idea and there's someone who doesn't have the means of doing something but would want to assist. You can do that. Baking and marketing, excellent. So we just need to start in a podcast, a blog, share your information, share your knowledge, people. And just remember, this is an opportunity for you to grow. All right, so I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation. So getting through the pandemic is surviving, growing through the process is thriving. All right, so thank you all very much for participating and sharing with me. As Mrs. Solomon had said, there are for persons who feel as if they're overwhelmed or stressed and would need support. There was a webinar that was done, and there is, I think there will be posted in the chat a means of, a directory, I think, of services which can be had for
Absolutely.
you. So, thank you all.
Sorry, Shanique, you can continue.
No, man, I'm good. I was just saying thank you all. God bless. And hopefully you were engaged throughout the entire period.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Westcar. It was an enjoyable, engaging, and informative presentation. I thank you for making yourself available to the Teaching Council and for being able to reach the teachers in the way that you have done this morning. Just reminding you, colleagues, that this is not the end of the day. We have quite a few more sessions planned, as I indicated to you up at the top of this session. We are asking you to consider, if you can't spend the entire day with us, consider which sessions you definitely don't want to miss and make an effort to join us there. If you get kicked out of the room, we ask you to rejoin using YouTube. If you can't get back in, there is still, the stream is still going live on YouTube now. We will be live on YouTube for the entire day. We are not recording this session because it is being streamed to YouTube and it is being recorded there. So we already have that recording. So even though we're not recording here, you should bear in mind that this session is being recorded on YouTube. Again, though, I really want to thank Ms. Westcar for lending herself to us for the hour or so that she did, and to go above and beyond to allow participants to reach out to her directly and personally, so that she can stay in touch with them even after this presentation. It certainly has been a great start to PD Day for May 2021. And we are hoping that you are having as much fun as we are having here. I want to point out that We are having some technical challenges here at the council. We have been having some difficulties with interacting with Zoom. It could be that we're having some network issues, or it could be that we're having some challenges with the actual devices. I'm not sure, but we can't see the chat as much as we want to, and we can't see the participants list as easily or as much as we want to. And so the interaction in the chat might not have been as great as we intended. We are asking that as you engage with these sessions, that you let us know that you're in the room. We want to have an idea who is in the session here with us today. I'm trying to share my screen so you can see a Zoom link that we're asking you to go to tell us that you're here. But even just allowing just getting the Zoom interface to respond so I can share my screen or even to type the link in the chat is problematic. But just give me a second, it will come up in a minute. Again, we just want you to go complete a form. If you're sending me direct message, guys, I ask you not to, because every time you do, I am forced to click to select everyone in the chat. I'm trying to put a message in the chat with the Zoom link that we are inviting you to go to in order to let us know that you are in the session. I am, okay, I think I'm now able to share my screen. We just want to know that you're here. So if you visit this link, you can go ahead and complete this link. I hope you're seeing it. Yes, I think you are. You can go ahead and complete the form at this link to let us know that you're in the session. Before you go to that form, we ask you to pay attention to what your Zoom name is in the meeting room. What is your Zoom screen name? I have just done a screenshot of the participants list. If you go to the participants list, you should see your name at the very top of the list. And I'm saying that because there are some persons who still don't know their names in a Zoom meeting. We are seeing quite a few persons who are using Galaxy Tab A and Samsung Bold and all those kinds of things as their Zoom screen name. As a courtesy, we always encourage you to rename yourself so that you can be identified in a Zoom meeting. So if you go to your participants list, you should be able to see your name because we ask you to tell us your Zoom name in the form that you're going to be completing so we can identify you in the meeting. If you use multiple Zoom names because you might have gotten kicked out on one device and then you came back in with another device and so on, you can let us know that as well. But we do really want to get this information so we can have an idea as to who is in the meeting with us. And so again, guys, I really just want to thank you for spending the first part of the morning with us. And I continue to encourage you to stay with us for the rest of the day. We're going to be moving into our second session for today. Our second session is going to be presented, it's going to be led by Miss Jodian Evans. Miss Jodian Evans is a teacher. I'm trying to locate within my Zoom screens what I definitely need to be able to share. There we go. Ms. Jodian Evans is a teacher at Jesse Repole Primary School. I think I'm sharing Ms. Evans' introductory card with you. And I am deliberately sharing it because when I asked her to give me something that I can use to introduce her, she sent me this, and I was just so impressed with the way that she is promoting her brand, creating a good first impression when anybody sees her or interacts with her. And I thought that this was impressive, and I felt compelled to share it with you so that you can even start to become inspired as to how you can make an impression, even within the virtual space. As you introduce yourself to others, you can be remembered, you know. So Miss Jodian Evans is a special educator. She's also an educational technology trainer, and she's a teacher mentor. Her Her social media information is also there. You should note that she is on, she has her own YouTube channel, Apple to Primary. I have browsed a little bit of the content last night. I would encourage you, especially if you are interested in engaging young learners or even just your own children. You can head over to her YouTube channel and engage with her content. She's now a teacher at Just a Report Primary. As I mentioned to you before, she is the founder of Apple to Primary. She's a trained teacher at from the Michael University College, and she has a bachelor's in special education with a major in moderate to severe disabilities. She has participated in several PD certification workshops in first aid and CPR, as well as school leadership accreditation by the National College for Educational Leadership. She is a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Right away, I know that she is a great young lady. And she is in the Pathfinder and the youth program. She works closely with the Jamaica Teaching Council to support us and to help us to conduct different training sessions. And she's also one of our trained mentors who work with the mentorship program. Her educational philosophy is that she believes that educators should always seek to improve on their practice and develop competence in as many areas that will shape how students are prepared for the 21st century. She's going to be speaking to us today around the area of enthusiasm, and to get you to start to envision yourself as an enthusiastic teacher and to use that as a part of how you think about your own self-care. Miss Evans, without saying anything else, let me just quickly turn the floor over to you and ensure that you are good to go with respect to your level of hosting privileges and so on. Miss Evans?
Pleasant good morning to you all. Thank you so much, Mr. Leslie, for that introduction. Thank you for your kind words. All protocols observed. Good morning, colleagues. I am truly humbled to be able to present with you today as we go through and we discuss enthusiasm. Now, coming from this session that we just had with Mrs. Wesker, we know that we are in a pandemic situation where we have to, like was mentioned, try to cope, try to deal with a lot of the stress, the pressures that we're under. But today, in my presentation, we're going to actually deviate from that a bit while still keeping it in the back of our minds. We're going to be looking at intentional enthusiasm. So, Mr. Leslie, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. I'm not sure if you can stop. Right, okay, I'll continue sharing my screen. So I want to first and foremost encourage you. As you can see on my screen here, what we're looking at is discussing. All right, we're going to be discussing jump-starting excellence with enthusiasm. What this means is I'm going to be prompting you all to, of course, type in the chat, use the raise hand feature so that we can talk. I know that many of our colleagues are on YouTube. I am also monitoring the YouTube chat. So we're going to be paying close attention to how we can become so enthusiastic and have it being a part of us that can in turn help us manage our stress, right? So let's discuss together how we can jumpstart excellence with enthusiasm. I know, of course, it's a shift, but I'm going to prompt you with a disclaimer now. All right, so I'm going to first prompt you to release your fear. And when we say fear, I'm looking at the acronym FEAR, your false expectations appearing real. All right. Now, when I say release your fear, I don't want you to think that, oh my goodness. Now we're going to be talking about enthusiasm. That means that this presenter, she's just going to be jumping all over the place and singing and laughing and saying, oh, enthusiasm should be used every day. And life is just so wonderful and enthusiasm, enthusiasm, enthusiasm. No. All right. So let's release that fear aspect. We're not going to be bubbly. enthusiasm is much more than just who can have the highest pitch voice or who can laugh a lot. And that person who walks around just so excited all the time, like there's not a care in the world that can affect them, right? So now that we've released the fair, I'm going to want you to type in the chat, and I'm checking YouTube as well. Go ahead and start typing that I've released my fair. All right. So now that we've done that, I am going to present to you using my presentation. What I'm trying to bring to you is the aspect of self-care. All right. We're looking at self-care in terms of journaling. You know, we oftentimes have reminders on our phones. Usually we have applications on our phones that send us some affirmations, daily affirmations. We have our Bible apps that give us a reminder at the beginning of the morning how to start, how to recenter, how to approach the day. All right. So we're going to talk a bit. The topics now that we're going to focus on is likening self-care with enthusiasm. So with this, throughout my presentation, there are two key topics that I want us to definitely focus on. We're going to focus on being intentionally enthusiastic. And because we're all educators here, we're going to now look at how the enthusiasm that we have now embodied, how we can transcend this newness, this awakening into the classroom. And then we're going to see through discussion again, how it can impact our students and student performance. All right. So if you're with me, let me know you're with me. We're going to get right into it. I do know that I promised that I will not be jumping around, but I am going to at least have a little bit. So give me room for a little bit of excitement, because what I'm trying to demonstrate to you as well is how the presence that we have, how the mindset that we have, how we approach a topic, how we approach a situation can definitely affect and impact the outcome, right? So let us go. Mind you, everyone, I'm not necessarily able to see the Zoom chat. I know that disclaimer was mentioned before by Mr. Leslie, but I do know that they are able to communicate with me by monitoring the chat. It's the same thing with those of us who are joining on YouTube. A special welcome to you. Now, let's debunk enthusiasm for a bit. Now, enthusiasm is derived from the Greek word entheos, right? Of entheos. And from you listen to it, from you hear the word, it sounds, important, right? But let's break it down. En means within. Theos means God or spirit. So when we have entheos now, again, looking at enthusiasm, it means the God within or the spirit within. Let's go a little deeper now with embodying enthusiasm as a holistic person. What it means is then to have enthusiasm is likened to being divinely inspired. All right, let me repeat that. To have enthusiasm is to be divinely inspired. What we're looking at in terms of being divinely inspired is to be able to be intentional with the spirit that we're born with, and then to acknowledge that through enthusiasm, we are only limited by the size of our dreams. I can't see the chat now, but I can imagine the chat is blazing. That was a word. But let's just go through it one more time again. The God within, the spirit within, being divinely inspired. Today, as we go through this presentation, the key takeaway for looking at enthusiasm outside of just being a bubbly personality is assisting in our self-care process, with our self-awareness, with being able to identify and acknowledge that I was born with this innate spirit. There's something about me that is only limited by the size of my dreams. So I'm going to take you now to a summary of a TEDx presentation. And educators, I encourage you to spend some time, if we're on YouTube, spend some time and actually go through some TEDx videos. Now, I watched this TEDx video by Sonny Melendres, and he is a radio talk show host, a motivational speaker. He's an author. And his TEDx presentation was focusing on how to accelerate personal greatness. And he said that the key way, the primary way to accelerate personal growth, personal greatness, your own individual succession plan, is intentional enthusiasm. Now, he broke that down into 3 key elements. 1, belief. 2, vision. And 3, gratitude. Now, with belief, sometimes we take it for granted how believing in yourself, how much speaking life into yourself, how much looking at yourself in the mirror and saying to yourself that I am your name, I am Jodian Evans, and I am an excellent educator. Believing in yourself. How many of us, and this is a question for the chat now, blaze it. How many of us are in the position or in the dream job that we would have aspired to be when we were younger? I definitely know that I believed when I was a child that I would be a teacher. My mother is an educator. My father is also an educator. So I was raised in the classroom. I saw the look in students' eyes when they went in the class. I saw the presence that they had. I saw the impact that they made. And I said, you know what? I know that I'll be a teacher one day. I want to have that same impact. What is something that you've believed in yourself that has come to fruition? Type it in the chat. Because when we look at putting ourselves in a position where we just know what we're capable of and deciding to take it a step further, that belief in itself is intentional enthusiasm, a key element to personal greatness. Now, he didn't stop there. He looked at vision, visualizing what you want to accomplish. So, of course, when we believe in ourselves, it comes now into putting it into perspective. We have to now say, if this is my end goal, I have to chart what it is that I have to do to achieve this goal. What do I envision for my life? What do I envision for my classroom? Who do I envision myself to be in the next 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 10 years, right? He looked at vision to say oftentimes, and we can make it relating to ourselves. So think about it a bit. Let's take a reflective minute and think about it. Vision. Again, something that we might take for granted, because how many of us have allowed our visions to be sidetracked by watching others, by comparing ourselves to others? How many of us have just disappointed ourselves with not being so intentional with visualizing what we want to achieve? We can believe it, but how many of us are actually looking at putting pen to paper, visualizing it, being able for our visual learners, putting the pictures on the wall with your vision boards, for our journalists, writing the vision down, making it plain like the Bible said? How many of us have disappointed ourselves by not visualizing and setting out to do what we want to accomplish? All right, so we're looking at believing in ourselves. We're looking at visualizing and putting into perspective who we want to become, what we want to accomplish. Then he went on to point number 3, gratitude. And I listened and I said, gratitude? What does that have to do with intentional enthusiasm? Of course, I can also put myself in that position. I thought that enthusiasm was just being the happiest person in the room. Miss Congeniality, Mr. Congeniality, just being bubbly all the time. But then he spoke about gratitude. And he said that in order to accelerate your personal greatness, you have to be able to be grateful along the way. And I was like, wow, all right. I'm understanding being grateful along the way. All right, yeah, good, right? I mean, every morning we get up and we're thankful for health, thankful for strength, for food on our table. Being grateful. All right, fine. That is easy. If that's all it takes to accelerate personal greatness, I have it packed. But then he went a bit further and he started talking about how the weight of carrying the negative energy, how when you release that weight and that burden of the negative energy that you feel will allow you to become free and fully focused on gratitude. Now, he looked at it to say, oftentimes we are grateful for life and health and strength and food on the table. But on the flip side, we are also arguing. I don't have enough so-and-so to do this. I don't have enough clothes to go here. I don't have enough money to do this. I can't start a YouTube channel with my phone, that negativity, that comparing yourself with others. Oh, they have a YouTube channel because they have cameras and everything, and nobody will watch mine. So because of that weight, that negative energy that you're carrying and walking around with, although you're grateful, you're not able to be free, to be fully focused on that gratitude and embody what it truly means to be grateful, right? Now, while we look at intentional enthusiasm, we're looking at how the power of enthusiasm is found in our attitude. It's found in how we approach a situation. It's found in if you want to be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. If you want to be intentional in your enthusiasm, believe in yourself. If you see the benefits of wanting to accelerate the personal greatness, make your vision plain. If you want to be successful, be grateful along the way. The only deterrent between you and success is your action or lack thereof, right? So let's focus and reflect on this quote for a second. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Nothing great has ever been achieved without enthusiasm." Nothing great has ever been achieved without enthusiasm. So I want us to think about that quote while we continue the rest of the session. Focus on that. Think about wanting to be great, but then seeing the need to first and foremost change your attitude. And yes, we're still looking at self-care, right? So we're going to go now into the benefits. Miss Evans, you're talking to me, I'm hearing you. You're telling me how to be intentional with my enthusiasm. I feel it. It sounds easy, but boy, it's harder. It's harder than you're making it seem. All right, fine, I can admit you. Well, let's go through the benefits of enthusiasm and see now what it truly does for our person. It enhances motivation. With the previous session that we actually sat through, we looked at coping and we looked at how we just need or how we want to capitalize on the COVID space. We want to enhance the motivation. We want to be able to feel the momentum that it gives us to look at a dark situation and then decide, you know what? I will not let this deter me. I am still going to be energized, being motivation driven, right? All right, another benefit is being able to connect with our inner child. How many of us have likened adulthood to not necessarily being able to experience and to remember and to take just a little look at the finer things, things that we used to love and experience and enjoy when we were children, when things seemed to be so carefree. Being enthusiastic and changing your outlook and your perspective on things allows us to think back to that. Think back to the time when you saw a stick and you saw mud and you decided that that was going to be a house. We've all been there. My sister and I used to play in mud, in the dirt all the time. We made castles. We saw some animals who were or tenants. It was a whole thing. But using what we had when we were children and making it into something, we want to be able to get back there. We want to be able to see an opportunity and put our creative juices on it. Make it intentional. Look at it and say, you know what? Like I said in the session before, we talked about sewing, learning to sew. How many of us would just have had a sewing kit and you have an old outfit that you want to upcycle? Something in you just decided that I'm not going to throw it away, and then boom, you decided to cut the dress into a skirt and a top. And now you have that creative juice just coming in and flowing and finding its way, right? Most importantly, we're also looking at being better able to deal with fear and change. So, like in the discussion before this, we're looking at how, using enthusiasm, can we be better able to keep things in perspective? How can we be better able to see the positives in things? We right now, we're in a COVID situation. We have all been forced online. But how many of us have actually sat down to appreciate that we have been exposed to different online tools that our students or 21st century learner students are now able to fully grasp? I mean, they are growing in a technological era that we are now meeting them halfway with. How many of us sat down and looked and put into perspective that right now you are more professionally developed than you would have been outside of the COVID space? And even in terms of putting things in perspective, I'm not glorifying the COVID-19 experience by any means, but it's just being able to look at how, in a positive way, you might have seen some growth. We're looking at now how we're then able to manage the fear and the worry and the stress that accompanies the unknown. We can't control it. The unknown is the unknown. It's there. We have no idea when, how, or why it will strike, but it will. So being better able to, from an enthusiastic perspective, looking at it to say, I am going to challenge and tackle this unknown, knowing that at the end of this, I will be stronger, I would have been more developed, and I would have been, let's just say that we're just going to be better for it if we approach with that mindset, right? Now, let's go now and look back again on some more benefits before I allow you to talk to me. I want my voice, I want to hear some of yours now so we can balance it off, right? So another benefit is the unnecessary pain and stress that begins to subside. We're looking at the fact that enthusiasm and the ego can't coexist, right? When we think that our lives are supposed to be this way, when I set out my expectations for my life to be A to B to C to D, and you decide that you run your world and you run the show, you have to use it and to be able to acknowledge, again, the unknown is something that I cannot control, but how can I, with a mindset of enthusiasm, approach it to still change the unknown and align it to my goals? You remember when we talked about our vision? How can I grab hold of the unknown? Remove my ego. I am not in charge of the world. I'm not in charge of what happens. I am now going to use whatever situation I'm in and change it and make it mine and realign it to my vision? What about now realizing your true purpose with clarity, right? Toll said that enthusiasm means that there is deep enjoyment in what you do, plus the added element of a goal or vision that you're working towards. Imagine being in this pandemic, seeing that your students are even in the virtual space learning because of the extra efforts that you've put out, because of the times when you did not go to sleep, because of the times when your children needed you and you had to write your lesson plans and you had to learn how to use Google Meet, you had to learn how to use Kahoot, and you just had to put in that extra effort for your children. Now imagine being able to reap that benefit and realize that I am definitely destined to be a teacher. I couldn't have seen it any other way. Yes, it's stressful. Yes, it's daunting. Trust me, I totally understand that. But from this mindset, being able to look at it and to say, you know what? I feel purposeful in the classroom. This is definitely where I want to be. So looking at the union, the marriage of loving what you do, while striving to achieve something that's valuable to you, is unique, regardless of how small it may seem. The fact that you're able to combine your passion with whatever it is that you want to achieve, something that's of value to you, you realize that you now have all the energy. I know my purpose now. I have the energy and the motivation to align my goals with my passion and make it mine. We're moving on now to materializing your goals and your dreams. We can see here that Toll also said that enthusiasm is the power that transfers the blueprint of your goal and your vision into physical dimension. We spoke about making our vision plain and writing it down and having or goals, achievable goals on paper, writing it down, journaling, having the photos, vision board, fine. But imagine now with this continuous, consistent mindset, you're working on achieving goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, and you're there now being able to actually see all of the hard work and dedication that you've put in come into play. And then, of course, we're looking at the fact that way of life is fulfilling each day along the way to the desired goal, right? So again, we're looking at being grateful for every day, enjoying what you're doing, right? Combining the enjoyment with teaching, combining your enjoyment with baking, put it together. During discussions, you decide that you're going to pause and you're going to talk to your students about baking. Bring what you love into the classroom and inspire some future chefs, inspire some future bakers, just by that hidden curricular aspect that you will bring in by your passion. All right. Enthusiasm is a fire that lights us up and keeps us moving forward in the face of difficulties. Enthusiasm is the fire that lights us up and keeps us moving in the face of difficulties. So now we're going to bring enthusiasm into the classroom. Now, I know you've heard me mention that there are some reflective moments coming up. So all the questions, anything that you've been saying in the chat, I'm sure, Mr. Leslie, if there is anything that we can break here to mention, that's fine. But there will be some, especially now, likening enthusiasm to our actual job. We're going to be thinking and talking more about it, right? So the first thing that I want us to do is ask yourselves this question. We did the breathing exercise this morning. Ask yourself this: what makes your heart sing? Think about it. What makes your heart sing? Outside of being an educator, what makes your heart happy? With being a teacher, what makes your heart happy? I'm going to go now. Mr. Leslie, I want some answers right here. I want to know what makes my colleagues' hearts happy. I'm seeing helping and volunteering, being with family.
Yeah, would you want some persons to also perhaps raise their hand? I'm also
Yes, man,
monitoring the
definitely.
Google. Okay, so colleagues, you can go ahead and put your hand up. We will take a few hands. I must tell you that again, my interaction here is very limited.
Right.
The Zoom just keeps freezing up, and I can't seem to be able to unmute and so on. So I don't know if you're having better luck, Miss Evans.
I'm trying to see as well. I'm seeing Patricia
I'm
raise her
also heading
hand.
over to the, okay, go ahead with Patricia, and I'll go over to YouTube and give you some comments from there.
No problem. All right, Patricia, you can go ahead and tell me what makes your heart happy.
Okay. First of all, let me apologize because I did not realize that my name was Galaxy something or other. Because when I was coming in, my name was there. So, also, I am to do a presentation that involves something that I created myself, like some creative dub poetry or something like that. Creating dub poems for my children to learn, or whenever I do something creative to present to my students, that makes my heart sing.
That's very beautiful. I appreciate that. I also see here, yes, the participants list is moving because there are our colleagues coming in and out.
If I can
So
just
give
share a
me,
few comments quickly from
right.
YouTube while you sort that out, Miss Evans. Creative Educator says crafting makes him or her, I'm going to go with her on a whim here, makes her heart sing. Miss Gordon over on YouTube says self-care. Mrs. Julian Brown Jarrett of My Own Art says good food. Sidoma McDonald says playing with her baby. Evan Brown Cosley, I know that name. Evan says when students under her teaching succeed, that makes her heart sing, that makes her happy. Helping others, seeing students learn. Quite a few other comments over here. When I dance, create things from waste material. That's Trisha Grosset.
Yes.
We need to talk, Trisha, because I am getting into that myself. Not the dancing, but the creation of things from waste material. Yeah, but quite a few of those comments along that line. When our children are happy, Tina says.
Yes, they're also in the chat saying, teaching others the Bible. Heard students saying, yes, I get it. That's what I want us to be able to acknowledge. What makes your heart sing? And thank you for those who participated. But we really also want to focus on the fact that if we're not able to answer that question, then we're not allowing ourselves to really know the joy and success of what we're truly capable of achieving. For example, here you see my picture. I'm smiling from ear to ear with two of my students. These boys were just students who, they come in the class and yes, you see potential in them, but they didn't see it in themselves, and you work with them and you decided you're not giving up because you as the educator, you know what they're capable of. And at the end of the term, at the end of the school year, they were able to receive awards for academic excellence. That is what makes my heart sing, right? So with looking at that, we're going to take a reminder moment. Let's reflect on it. Yes, you love to teach. Yes, you love to facilitate learning. But what about being the educator makes your heart sing? Is it the concrete evidence of students getting excited and enthusiastic about learning beyond the classroom? When you would have taught them something that you see them reflecting in another subject, or you see them on the road and they're putting your lessons to practice. How many of us have gone on the road and have seen our students and the miss, sir, and the calls and the excitement by just being able to see you outside of the classroom. And then they might even take it a step further and let you know, oh, miss, I saw a dog today, miss, and I knew that was an owl. And you're like, what? Just being able to interact with them and have them say to you that Miss, whatever you taught me, I am now transcending it outside of your classroom. Find out what makes your heart sing, because at the end of the day, our end goal is that which makes our heart sing. If our students achieving makes our heart sing, we set out to receive or to achieve that goal. We set out to see our students engaging. I know someone said that her children, you set out for your children to achieve. You do everything in your power to ensure that they are excellent, outstanding citizens, and everything that you can provide, you'll provide. Reflect on what makes your heart sing. And if we get up every day and look at that, we think and we're mindful of that, then just imagine the outcome that we will be able to achieve. Now, let's look at it now. You became a teacher because you want to make a difference, because you love children, because you enjoy seeing the expression on a child's face when he or she finally understands a new concept. It is that passion, that enthusiastic passion that makes you a great teacher. And oftentimes I take this moment to pause a bit and just remind ourselves that stop being so hard on yourself. Just remember the reason why you started. Go back to that feeling. Go back to that difference that you wanted to achieve. Rekindle that flame. Become enthusiastic about your craft. Represent yourself. Go in the classroom and be that teacher with a difference. Take yourself back in a reflective moment to the reason why you became a teacher. And we're looking about self-care, right? We're looking at how, with the power of changing our mindset, with changing our mental capabilities and capacities, how we're able to see a whirlwind change around us. So what we're going to be looking at next now is, well then, how does teacher enthusiasm impact the students? Is there a hidden curricular strategy that we may have missed? Is there something that we weren't necessarily formally, theoretically taught? Let me help you with that.
A YouTube video of a Duncanville high school student giving his history teacher a lesson has gone viral, and tonight has his district talking.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. Bye. They need to learn face to face. You want kids to come in your class, you want them to get excited for this, you got to come in here, you got to make them excited. You want a kid to change and start doing better, you got to touch his freaking heart. Can't expect a kid to change if all you do is just tell him.
Well, that video was posted this afternoon on our Facebook page, and Channel 8's Jason Whiteley tracked down that young man for us tonight. Jason?
I had dropped out for... Jeff Bliss says he has no regrets.
No, not at all. I believe that somebody needed to say this. Get up and teach them.
What he told his teacher in his world history class on Monday has now been seen around the world, gone viral.
I want to see a teacher stand up and interact with the students, get involved, discuss, talk, question, and get deep into the subject.
The 90-second video begins after the teacher at Duncanville High School kicks him out of her class. Bliss told us he initially questioned why students did not have more time to prepare for the STAR test, but then he unloads on her style, critical of her passing out worksheets rather than creating lively and engaging discussions in the classroom.
You want them to get excited for this, you got to come in here, you got to make them excited. You want a kid to change and start doing better, you got to touch his freaking heart.
If you want them to be excited, you have to come in the classroom and make them excited. If you want them to change, be the change that you want them to see. Because, I mean, after all, right? Let's look at it. If the teacher doesn't necessarily care about the material, if she doesn't care about how the subject is taught, if she's just doing it to pass it by, then why would the students care about learning? So we're going to think about that a bit. Listen to his expression, listen to the anger with being expected to give what he's not receiving. All right. I'm going to show you another example. This example is of one of my classes. And I want us to then discuss the dynamic shift between both scenarios.
All right, good, better, best.
Good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good becomes better and your better best.
If at first
you don't succeed, try and try again.
politeness is labor for learning.
Before you grow old, for learning is better than silver and gold. Silver and gold will vanish away, but a good education will never decay.
What is the word?
Education.
If a task is once begun,
Task is once begun, never leave until it's done. Be the labor, great or small, do it well or not at all.
That makes my heart sing. The passion, being able to every day, they're so excited to learn a new gem, a memory gem. I was raised on memory gems. Being able to bring that back into the classroom and see that they're reminding me that they have to do it, that the passion that they feel with learning something that they can go out and share with their friends or their family, that makes my heart sing. But let's discuss the flip side of both situations. We're looking at bringing enthusiasm in the classroom and seeing it reflected in our students. Mr. Leslie, I'd actually want someone to raise their hand if they can and share with me the difference that they see with both sets of classes. I am checking
Okay,
YouTube.
we're going to the chat. The participants list, let me see. Like I said, we are having a little challenge.
That's fine, no problem. They can type it in the chat if we can't hear them.
And to see the raise of hands, Mr. Leslie.
All right, that's no problem at all. We can go ahead and look at it in the chat. But
okay, you can go ahead and raise your hand and we'll ask you to unmute.
Yes.
I am not seeing any hands.
I'm seeing some comments on YouTube. This is inspiring. This makes my heart sing. Beautiful.
Rochelle Harris, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to comment that, this is a really insightful presentation, and looking at both videos, the first one showcases the teacher's lack of passion, and if I recall in the chat, someone was asking, is this a habitual practice of the teacher, or is it that the teacher wasn't feeling well on that day? But given the nature of the students' cry, I believe it seems like it was habitual. But then on the flip side, we're not in the classroom, so we don't know exactly both sides of the story here. But given the fact that we have evidence of this video, compared to the Jamaican classroom setting with this memory gem, students love to be encouraged, they love to be excited about what they are going to be learning about, and giving them that motivation and drive versus giving them worksheets. So it's touching their hearts instead of just trying to push content down their throat. So for me, I think setting the tone with positivity is important so learning can effectively take place. That's my takeaway from it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. I truly appreciate it. Well said. I could not have said it any better myself. We're looking at just the difference, like you said, in bringing that positive attitude into the classroom. Now, of course, with the first teacher, we do understand that there are days when we get up and we're just not feeling it. But like you said, based in the news reports that they had previously posted, he said that it was a continuous thing, you know? So let's move on and look at, again, reflecting and thinking about something. Close your eyes if you can. Think about a moment in school that you remember learning something. You learned something, whether it's a gem, like you said, whether it's a math problem, whether you learned a chemistry formula. Think about that moment. And then realize that I am almost sure that that moment was brought because of an enthusiastic teacher. If we're looking at it, then you can see that you can have that, oh, all right, I remember learning this because the teacher brought it to me in such a way that I was able to truly hold on to that right now, right? So we're going to look now at how contagious, enthusiasm is contagious. We're going now and actually bringing theory into the topic to say that studies have found that when students perceive their teacher as motivated, they reciprocate with their own motivation. It's a back and forth. We're playing table tennis here. You give what you want to get. If you want your students to be excited about a topic, be excited about the topic. Show them that, I mean, you'll have students looking at you being all excited about algebra and wondering, what is going on with this teacher? But then they just can't help but learn it. You want them to be able to feed off of your energy. So we're going now into why. What's the reason? Why do I have to be an enthusiastic teacher? Now, make note of my discussion. At first, we looked at being an enthusiastic person, how through self-care, enthusiasm helps with our mindset or achievable goals, how we feel. And then you look at being an enthusiastic teacher. Through being an enthusiastic teacher, we see higher student engagement, more willingness to participate in discussions, more willingness to come and express any concerns because they don't want to leave the class not understanding the topic. So they're going to talk about it. You also see that research now says that there are students who, based on the research and the data collected, those who performed high, who received high achievements, had those teachers that they described as stimulating, energetic, mobile, animated, enthusiastic, right? I remember reading not too long ago a comment in the YouTube saying that the difference between the two schools or the two scenario videos is that, of course, you have teenagers and you have children. The children, of course, will be more receptive to, the gems, and they're just more receptive to being excited. But put into practice how you felt in high school, how the content just seemed so boring and dull. And I mean, the only way and the reason why it was boring and dull was because you had probably, it was presented to you in that manner. Think about, even as an adult right now, I can be coming on and just talking monotonous tone, just going ahead and presenting you. How many of us would have still been engaged? How many of us would have still been working with me right now in our discussion? So yes, the difference in the age group is different. Yes, you can see that the student was very upset. Did I probably like how it was expressed? Maybe not. But the anger, if you look at it, if I'm focusing and zeroing in on the anger, he was frustrated. I mean, how many times must he come into class and he had to remind her, there are students in here who don't learn that way. How then can we bring just that attitude into the classroom that is the decision or the newness? How can I bring something positive into the classroom and then have that make a difference in my lessons, right? So Now we're going to look at the theory, right? So you're going to see that there are certain factors in the classroom that affect the learner's ability. For example, their anxiety, lack of motivation, low self-confidence, and negative attitude that generally, is a barrier between the learning. And we as educators are now put in a position that can come and actually change that mindset with our students. So of course, we're going to now look and say, well, Ms. Evans, how do I become an enthusiastic teacher, right? What can I do to be an enthusiastic teacher? And then you're going to see, well, you can first become enthused, use the classroom as a stage, right? No great performance was ever supported by being uninspired. If you want to, again, receive enthusiastic students and engagement, be enthusiastic. You want to stay focused on the job of teaching. Your primary job should be communicating with the students while still demonstrating a love for the art of teaching. Bring that passion through your subject. Bring every topic to life and be that person in the classroom. So then now we're just going to go ahead and reiterate some key points. Looking and using enthusiasm as the acronym. Enthusiasm is energy, it's engagement, it's timely, it's high-spirited, it's unlimited, it's self-care, it's within us, it's action, it's simple, and it's motivation. Now with that, colleagues, I truly want to thank you and leave with you here that your enthusiasm will be infectious and stimulating and attractive to others. They will love you for it, and they will go for you and with you. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I see Donna Edwards with her hands raised. Go ahead, Donna.
And Don, Ms. Edwards, are you prepared to go ahead? Are you able to unmute Ms. Edwards, Jordan?
I
think we're granting her permission. Yes,
I'm
Ms. Edwards, go ahead.
now. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. This was a very great presentation, and as it was going, I was reflecting. And I used to teach grade 6, and then they moved me down to grade 1. And I remember when I was at grade 1, and after lunch, I used to go in the classroom. I used to wonder why they used to behave like that, and I never, looking at your presentation, I said, but I mean, why they used to behave so, after lunch, I used to go after lunch, I go in the classroom and I say, children, and they would say, yes, teacher. And I would say, what are we doing? And they would say, language arts. And I would say, what are we learning? And they would say, learn about nouns. And I would, anything I would do with those grade 1s. They were so enthusiastic with the lesson. I used to have a session where they used to have children, let's talk, children say, kids say, and everybody wanted to take the mic. I had a mic in the classroom, and everybody wanted to take the mic, and everybody wanted to hear their voices and give their opinion. But at the session now, I'm thinking back, I said, but when I was at grade 6, I wasn't that enthusiastic, because grade 6 was all about exam, and they had to be doing lessons and worksheets and everything, and it was just about getting them to pass exam and sitting down and doing papers and I'm saying that I was more enthusiastic with the grade 1s, and I saw their enthusiasm while they were there learning, and everybody would want a chance to go and teach, and everybody would want to do something. And I see that, yes, the teacher's enthusiasm it really reflects on the children. That is what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Miss Edwards. And it's true. I also saw in the chat here on YouTube that, persons are saying not every teacher is that bubbly personality, and that is true. There are also some educators who are filled with that bones and just have this extra way of expressing their enthusiasm and everything like that. But there are those teachers whose enthusiasm is reflected in a more quiet sense. The intensity of their enthusiasm is just quiet. The focus here is that when an individual teacher discovers how to channel their enthusiasm in the classroom, however it is, whether it's dancing, shouting, whether it's talking, being passionate in your speech, your diction, how you carry yourself, the students will respond, and the students will still engage by just seeing that authentic you in the sessions. Miss Pearl, go ahead. And then I see Eskud. Do I have to unmute? Pearl, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jody and the panel.
Good afternoon.
I must say, I'm so excited just being in this presentation. I'm charged up. Just watching and listening to the screen and listening to your presentation. And as the other teacher just shared, I'm looking and I noted down just in case I forgot my thoughts. When, as a teacher, you teach and display enthusiasm, it spills off on the students and they become more assertive. They become so open and more witty and want to share and want to, say anything else that they want to share. And sometimes what I do, even if the child, the student, the pupil comes out with something that is really not connecting, I'd say, good job, good try, keep going and think more about it, things like that. So the enthusiasm, as you pointed out, it really drives that kind of positivity that let me speak about me, even me myself, what it has done for me in this new normal, it has eradicated a lot of my fears and it has empowered me. It has unearthed some of the things in me that I didn't even know what was there. It has allowed me to become more confident.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you can't stop there. You have to continue.
Yes. And so as a result of this, what I do, I try on a daily basis to make sure there's something that I have that will, through research, through communication, drive me and drive the students to continue to be that kind of person that they need to be by being enthusiastic.
Right.
Thank you.
Wonderfully said. I truly appreciate that. And then I hand over to Eskud, and then we will be wrapping up this session. Go ahead, Eskud. All right, let's see if I have to try and unmute.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A very lovely presentation, Jordan. And I must say, on your screen, it says your enthusiasm will be infectious and it will allow others to come along with you. I can attest to that. Now, I normally do gems on a Monday and the children really enjoy it. They enjoy it. When I forget to put the gem, they would say, Miss, you didn't give us any gem. Remember to put it in the Google Classroom, or someone from the class will go and search for the gem that I told them, and you will see it in the Google Classroom. I also normally read stories for them. I have a book, it had 60 stories, and we are finished. So I started showing them YouTube Bible stories, and they enjoy it. Some of them even asked me, Miss, can I do devotion? I want to share a Bible story. And I am telling you, I am enjoying it, and they are also enjoying it because I see them wanting to do the devotion, wanting to put the gem in the classroom. Or, Miss, can I say the gem I remember? Or can I say my favorite gem from the ones that we have learned? So, enthusiasm, for real, it will shine through others. So, I must say again, a very good presentation.
Thank you so much, and I truly hope that you continue to do everything that you're doing for your students. You might not be reaping the benefits right now, but you definitely will in the future. I'm seeing another hand. Sharon.
Miss Evans, I'm so sorry, but we're out of time, and the other presenter is already in the room waiting to go. So unless Sharon wanted to do benedictions and to say thank you, I'm sorry, Sharon. If it's really crucial, you can put it in the chat, and we can perhaps try to address it there. Did you have any final heading off words, Miss Evans, that you wanted to share before we throw it to the next presenter?
No, man, I think because my final words was the quote here, but again, teachers, I do implore you to keep pressing on. Remember to reignite the passion that you started off with. Go ahead and reflect and find your enthusiastic self. And with that, I want you to all to continue to stay safe, stay enthused, and I will see you next time. So thank you so much again, everyone. Have a good day.
Right. Thank you, Miss Evans, for engaging us in this manner. Let me just big up as well the staff and principal. Perchance they're in the room from Jesse Repole Primary. Let me thank them for allowing you to be here to share with us. Teachers, there are some housekeeping matters we have to take care of, but I don't want to delay the next presenter who is already here. I want him to be able to begin. And so without spending too much time, let me just very quickly introduce you to actor comedian Leighton Smith. Leighton Smith was born in Thornton District in the parish of St. Elizabeth. He's a hardworking individual and a truly magnificent comedian. He's a past student of the Balaclava High School. I wonder how many persons can tell us what that school is now called. I wonder if even Leighton Smith could tell us what that school is now called. It's no longer Balaclava High School. I will leave it alone there for now and come back to it in a minute. Subsequent to Balaclava, he went to the Island Theatre Drama School in New York, where he completed his diploma in the theatrical arts. He first gained public recognition by competing in the television series Comedy Bus, where he was placed fourth. But I thought we were trying to get the person who placed first. Oh, Lord. We'll have to satisfy with Mr. Smith, who was placed fourth. I'm troubling Leighton. He knows that I'm doing that. We was placed fourth, but has since been a first-class performer, bringing laughter to people of all ages. He has represented Jamaica on a global frontier in the United Kingdom, Tortola, the Cayman Islands, and across the USA. He hosted Lunchtime on Nationwide before, and he was on Irie FM hosting Pon the Veranda. He has had many leading roles in Jamaican plays, and he has also appeared on international stages with international acts like Travis Green, Mike Epps, Oliver Samuels, Trevor Eastman, and others. He wears multiple hats. In addition to being a comedian and actor, he serves in the capacity of drama teacher, acting coach, and a pastor. He's a devoted Christian for over 20 years, and he has served many congregations as pastor, including the United Holiness Church, Emmanuel Worship Center, and is now host pastor at the Home of Prayer Church on Walton Park Road. I don't want to take up any more of Mr. Smith's time, so let me just invite him to go ahead. The floor is now yours, sir.
Am I on the air?
You are on the air, sir.
Live and direct?
Live and direct, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being sitting in this seat to be giving you entertainment. All right. Let me just say to sir, I am proud that I came forth because it is biblical. One of the biggest miracle that happened in the Bible It was when Jesus brought Lazarus back to life, and he said, Lazarus, come forth. And therefore, I am sticking to that. So I came forth. I came forth. All right. So, and also you said if I am sure, if I remember my school name, at one point I totally forget. But then I do like research, and I remember now that one good MP, God rest his soul, Uncle Roger, the school
Right.
was named after him. And a matter of fact, when the school named after Roger Clark, the principal down there will tell you that the children then eat a lot. Then because so Uncle Roger used to eat a lot. So the children now
Yes.
just take on that aspect of his life. They would eat down the place. Every minute the canteen run out of stocks. Every minute. The principal is somewhere on the line here. So he will tell you how that goes. He will tell you how. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we are in the pandemic season, and I'm going to encourage you as teachers and principal and guidance counselors to do what I do at church. I call an emergency members meeting when I see how this thing is. And I said to them, brothers and sisters, we don't want to go on the road and don't really understand each other. So what I do, I call them and I said, I want you to study each other for it. Look up here so neatly, because you're not see nobody real face now. So when you go on the road now, and you say, somebody, you can say, I've seen that forehead before. I've known that forehead. And you just look and you just use it and know people. But me don't want the government really move the wearing of masks when the pandemic over. Me want they must continue it, because it really helped me the other day, I borrowed $5,000 from my friend. And the due date, when me tell him, so me I go pay him back, it pass. And me I walk in a half a tree and me see him come. Me just drop my mask up yourself. Him pass me and him don't know see me. So if for those old people, the mask can really help you. Just drop your mask and you just proceed. But don't worry too much about the COVID thing. We're just here to enjoy ourselves. And teachers, I'm saying to you, you see, clothes is so difficult to buy. Everything expensive now. Everything gone up. But you have to do what I do. I'm going to tell you the tricks and trade, because nothing really I keep now for you to dress up and go. Nothing I keep. So what I do now, I just ensure that my clothes them to serve me long. Them serve me long. So you see, every evening like at 4:35, me just beard up and just walk along at my gate. Ready nicely, dress nicely, and just go down at my gate. You put on your best clothes, because you see, if you don't put on your clothes, ladies and gentlemen, and walk out, when COVID done and you put them on, them are go dry rotten, you go in a crowd and it does tear. So you have to just walk out, make your family see you, and ask where you go, and you just tell them, say, I don't gate, me I go. Yeah, save your clothes. Gentlemen, you put on your jacket suit. You put on your jacket suit and you go out with it. And you walk, go down and you come back up, especially if it's a long drive where you walk a couple of times, the more walk and the longer the clothes serve you. You can even exercise in it too. Yeah, you do your push up and you lift up and you exercise. Your shoes also, because shoes have a time, and if you don't pay it mind, the whole of the side can just lift up. The whole of the side lift up. So what you do now, you just shine your shoes and you just walk out, man, and enjoy yourself. And on this platform, I said to myself before I started here that only two persons could tell that we would be in situation like these. Everything is online. Only two persons could tell that things would happen like this: God and China. Only those two could tell. So, I've used the word China, and I don't want you to get scared because of COVID, because COVID not really so serious as how I want you to look at it, because I study COVID, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that anything at all that is made in China, it not last long. If you get clothes and it come from China, it not gonna last long. Shoes, it not gonna last long. So now that COVID come here and it come from China, it not gonna last too long. Don't worry yourself about it. But one thing I try tell you, say, try not catch it. If you catch it, say you're not gonna last long either. You're going as well. You see, the hardest driving me put on a town here, is when me I go over the bridge at 3 miles, where the Chinese them building. I just quick me go over it, Because anything China make, really last long. If you're driving under it, you never wait on the stoplight for change. You just fly through because the China make it. Not saying that it will come down quick. Not saying that. I'm just saying you have to protect yourself. You have to protect yourself. I wonder which parish is leading on this platform, because we had a convention on the Zoom platform. I know some of our senior citizens, them not really transfer yet to the whole online thing. And then I asked a elderly lady to share her testimony when she come on. She said she thanked God for journeying mercies to be here. So I'm going to ask now, which parish now is really leading? Mr. Portland, St. Elizabeth done 3 times. So Portland, you be careful. And St. Elizabeth me come from. So we are leading. So this segment now, Clarendon, you're just coming in. Only one teacher there, Clarendon. And somebody say, make you better bad and tell me where you come from. Come up now, Clarendon. We just talk of Clarendon a while ago. St. Mary in the place. Come again. I want to say St. Elizabeth again. Beat them bad. Breast basket. Feed them Roger Clark. Feed them, Roger. Feed them. Catherine St. Thomas. After wheel me head to St. Thomas. St. Thomas in the place. Portland is here. Portland doing very well. Portland Cottage. Hanover, they here. Yes, Hanover is here. Yes, St. Mary again. Come St. Mary. St. Anne, are you first? Are you first? St. Anne. Trelawney. Now stop till me see 14 parishes coming out. Trelawney is doing it. Come Trelawney. Clarendon again. Come St. Elizabeth. Don't fail me now. St. Thomas again for you. St. Thomas for your place. Clarendon. But me just go ask if nobody come from Westmoreland, and Westmoreland just come. Now Manchester is here, very close by. Trelawney again, pandem case. Come Trelawney, Manchester. All right, ease up with the parish them now. Ease up with the parish them. St. James, you're late. The parish calling done. You know this so far? You know late. St. James, you just ease up now. Ladies and gentlemen, ease up for the parish thing, because I want to see which teacher. Clarendon, ease up now. Ease up now? Yes. Now I want to ask which parish now, which section, which teacher you're going to show up yourself now, which teacher can really come and show us a t-shirt or something from your school that you have won the school award. I want to see which school now is really leading in this department. Come, this is the competition here. Which teacher? Hatfield in Manchester. All right. Hatfield is not a parish here. And the parish me want. Thank God me know a Hatfield there. Yes, Westmoreland. Then sir, me did ask the gentle people to ease up with the parish. Ease up with the parish so me can St. James, flankers, please, flankers. Martha Bray River in the Trelawney. It can come down, make you just ease up on the call in there, please. All right. Now, teachers, me waiting. When you're ready, you can just show about that. Show about the thing which school first can show something, can identify on this platform here. Show about something. A school must now show about something. I see a hand raised like at church upon the front. But talking about that, ladies and gentlemen, you know where the best place to sing? Winston Jones. All right. Where's the best place to sing? I'm asking the question today. Where is the best place to sing? Because, singing in the bathroom, no. If you're going to the bathroom and I sing. Afraid of water. Anybody go in bathroom and start sing is a rehearsal, because you stay far from the shower and you're tucking in your belly and you try to feel with your hand back, you see if the water cold. So I know sing, you can sing. Church is the best place to sing, ladies and gentlemen, because if you can sing to sing at church, anybody at all can sing at church, because you start a song and you can't manage it, you just get in a spirit and done. And everybody said the Holy Ghost take over. Not no go so. You just couldn't manage the song and you done a broke. The person who have the hardest time, the most difficult time at church is not the pastor, It is the musician. The musician have the hardest part, because some people when them can't sing and them go start sing and I look on the musician like, then he not start play. Them the key in the music book at all. Where them start at Z and Z not in them. And when them finish, the musician just touch one character, pong, and say, thank God you're done. Them have it hard. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a word I want you to tell me. People nowadays are text people, and the first thing they say, nobody not say good morning again, or good afternoon, or good evening. Nobody not saying that. Them come now and them say soap. Somebody text me the other day and say soap. Me say soap. Come in, growing up at St. Elizabeth, when you go look for your grandmother, and them while the tea give you, and a hot, them say your face soapy. So me I say soap. And like the things that people do nowadays and think are style, we are look at them and I laugh. And then this lead me to say that, first time, thank God for civilization. Civilization is a wonderful thing. Because those of us who born a little from now, you realize that when just yesterday I was talking to myself about it, that our grandmother and grandfather, some of them didn't make it look like when you grow up now and sense really come down upon you heavily, you realize some of the things where you really grew up on. Say, I never nothing really sensibly. You can't even talk about it too much because when people first time I go where foreign, I grew up as boy in a community up at the yard, them I go have prayer meeting and table set and when Bible did it, and one elder from the community come sing and then pray for the person. And one whole heap of bawling, and the day when they go to airport, him or she, one whole heap of people, community, you could have broke any house, everybody gone to airport, and you depend waving gallery, and wave your hand, and you ball. And now me I say, so with this stupid, when we go to gang ball, because the person gonna foreign, figure make life better for we. Can send we a Western Union to we go collect and build our house. And you gone they go, you gone back. Where you ball for? So miss look on it now. I mean I say it look like say people used to suffer. Me think say everybody in America, England, Canada, me think say I suffer, them I suffer. And so me think, because when them come back to Jamaica, it's like you're sorry for them as a boy. You see them come back here and say, then I saw them as suffer foreign. Me not really want to go foreign because some things the foreign people come here can do. You never see happen nowhere in a Jamaica. From me born come a Jamaica, me never see nobody freeze patty yet. Patty. A matter of fact, when you buy patty in a juicy beef, you know come out with you eat you have one time. And a foreigner come here come freeze patty put pan fridge. And foreigner come here come freeze aki. Put aki pan fridge. I say, then I suffer, them I suffer over the so. Now, so your mother and your father, they not sleep, The person are going to fly the next day. Nobody not sleep. Them bake the whole night. One whole wheel of file paper done. Potato pudding, gizzard, greater cake, everything make me afraid. I say, then I just everybody a kill up themselves, go. And them a suffer so, and them a go with everything where we forget. But me grow up now and me say, I saw it go. Me say, my auntie come down recently. Just 2 weeks ago and she go. And she gone up with 14 Lasco. 14 Lasco, the big pack. I mean, I say, big America, you go auntie. And you keep up Lasco. Me now come back up there. Things are hard up there, Things hard. That is the reason why you have some Jamaicans over there. Yes, when you call them like your family, all of them have this attitude. Them have this attitude when you call them, the first thing they start to do, them a cry. As you call them and them says a Jamaican number, hear them. I tell you, things are rough over here. It's rough. It is so rough. I tell you, them things say all the while you call, I beg you, I call for beg them, But sometimes I don't call you, I call for beg them. I tell them who really dead. Because so we are Jamaicans, we always pass on information there. And everybody on this platform have one family member. Have a family member where the only time them call you is to find out if you're dead. If they hear say one accident, one car crash, they never call you yet. And then call and say, what, you all right? And you think I really check them and check up on you. No, I check them and check up and say, I wonder if him dead. We different, and every family have somebody in there. We not care what kind of professional function plan. Anytime him reach a problem, he always go drink rum somewhere, and 4 of them walk in one time. Me a MC one wedding one the other day, and one the groom for him uncle when he come. As in walk inside and come with the liquor in his hand, junk as bat in staggering, and in come in. And as in come in, tap chat every minute, them have to tell him to be quiet. And the man we attack so much, mash up the wedding reception, him walk up to me and tell me, say, him want to say something. Me say, fine, you come in here and say something, sir. Fine, you reach here and say something. What more you want to say? Because when people drunk, is a different thing. I don't know if you hear about the drunk man who was in the rum bar, and when he came out, he was very high, and he walk up to his vehicle, and he go inside, and he take out his phone, and he call the police station, and he say, "Officer, I want you to come down here, son." No. Them broke in my car and take out the steering wheel, gas pedal, everything gone. Come and investigate the matter now. And the police said, "Give me your location." And he tell the police him location. Shortly after that, he called the police and said, "Nobody come. I run a back seat, me and go." When Roma lead people, it's a different thing. And you would have known about the anytime a junk man pass a church, ladies and gentlemen, them always stop. When junk man in the spirit, they always try to come where the right spirit is. And the junk man, now he was passing the church. Church was in high gear, and he chooses to stop. And when a junk man visits church, ladies and gentlemen, two things about it. He either sits at the back seat or he go to the immediate front seat. And when he come in, he make him presence felt. And when the drunk man walk inside, he's sitting there on the back seat, and the pastor was preaching, and the pastor said, "Those who want to go to heaven, please stand." Everybody in the church jump up, except the drunk man, him alone sitting at the back. And the pastor said, "You may be seated. And all those who want to go to hell, please stand." A lady beside the drunk man stick him inside, and he fly up and rock 2 times. And the pastor said, "Just look at that. Just look at that." Earlier on, I said, "Those who want to go to heaven, please stand." And you never stand up. And now that I said, "Those who want to go to hell, please stand," you stand up. The drunk man rock 2 times and said, "Then pastor, so you turn up too." So they are very intelligent persons, Don't write them up. But ladies and gentlemen, I just believe, that the government need to ban all taxi drivers from driving taxis. That's my philosophy. Ban the whole of them. And I believe that what the government need to do is to get all taxi drivers, take the taxi drivers and let them drive hearse. And let the hearse drivers drive taxi. Because from me born come to Jamaica, I never see a hearse overtake yet. The hearse going very well. Nice to the driving. And me no know. The taxi man will carry the live passengers. The way and drive with them is like them the people dead. But you see, we can't, ladies and gentlemen, beat the taxi drivers, because Jamaica have churches every square mile you go. You see a church. And the church is not leading the nation into prayer like our taxi drivers. Our taxi drivers, they are leading this nation into prayer. And we have to give God thanks for that. Because every man, every woman is there driving a taxi and pray, "Do God, make me reach home safe. Do God, do." And sometimes you see the pass and you look at the facial expression, you can tell them are praying, and them I say, "Pray for me. Come in and show me I come out of the one you're alive." We have the best in the world. Our taxi drivers, they are genius. Them see and then just read you up, You put your clothes on and you're going to the nearest town where you live. And taxi man run up to you and say, "You me a wait pan, figure away." Tell nobody where you're going, then just read you up, We have the best. We have the best. But look here now. Look here. I want to come to this thing here where me think the government, I'm putting a letter together, and as I have so many teachers and principals and everybody on this platform, you can join with me and let your voice be heard. Because I want the government to put like how you have Indicom come now to when police kill the bad man them, then defend and so forth. We want a committee, we want an office now, the JDS, Jamaica Demonstration Society. We want one now. So they would have an office now, and they go around and look for patrol. And then they organize the demonstration, and you pass the JDS office. You see all fridge drop on the wall, 3 chunk upon the wall, and then you have all car upon the wall. And they're going to show you how to really, somebody said the patrol office. Yes, I love that. I love that. Me getting suggestion here. Anybody else apart from JDS, that sound too official. The patrol place, and you say is Andrew's hole, So we have to be careful as we set it now. Come now. The JDS, we want another, we want something else. Come. Enjoy yourself on this platform here. Yes, the Lord always have mercy. That's why we are alive this morning. We want it. And so they would have their workshop and their seminar, and you'd have community people who love demonstrate, go and go look out, and then get tips as how to block the road, when to block it, and what to use, and how they must speak. Because so when people block road at Jamaica, them brain go away instant. Anytime you block road, every intelligence where they have zoop through the window. And every teeth where them having at their mouth, zoop through the window. Because when the media come and interview the people, I don't know if them really go circle and say, open your mouth, please, before you speak. Let me see. Because if you're having all of your teeth when I interview you, them always find somebody we're missing quite a few, just missing and just all about the place. And those people, when they come in, they express themselves in no uncertain terms. No, Mr. Jamaica is a nice place. It is a wonderful place. But now, me moving on nicely. Let me ask this question. Teachers, like how there are some persons in Jamaica who really love funeral. Really love funeral. There are some people in some community. They just anywhere funeral there, them there. I know when the government really said 10 people to a funeral. Me heart, me really feel it for the people and we love funeral. Because say at this then go eat their food. So when the government say 10 people to a boxing box bread out of them the people out, So me I wonder how them are manage now. Like it not so plenty. It not so plenty. What them are manage? Because Jamaicans, when you go a funeral, me want look here, me not done that joke there yet, but me want this. Me have it in my head to ask you. I want you to come and type some things that you only hear at funeral. Come teachers, type something that are only funeral you go hear them as something. Maybe give you the first one. You go and say, he look different. He look different. Come now, lie. Come man, come. May your soul rest in peace. Yes. Last money spent in the bereaved. Eulogy. No man, me need some little phrase that people say, like him look different. I know him that. Yes, I know him that. Very good. I him that. Yes. He look like him asleep. What happened to that one day? He look like him asleep. Yes. He was good. Yes. Him look the same. All of them something there. They mix up him face. I know him. Yes. Him too black. That's when him have cancer. He get black in? Yes. He must smile. Yes. Then time that you run. When you go to funeral and you see him smile, move. Don't look too long. That's not a good thing. All right. Him vex. Yes. Him ugly still. Yes. All right. He's up with the dead business now. Aye. Come out of funeral now and come back to your comedy routine. Him look ugly. Yes. Come back to the comedy routine. Ease up out of the funeral. Rest this one in peace now. Come back to thing, Make we go to our next point now. In Jamaica here, things really get out of hand. Because when I know that things really serious, it was in the Christmas season, when it came on the news and they were asking us not to throw out our garbage because our garbage attract criminal. So you buy your TV, you have the rubbish in your house. If you throw out the box, them are going to come. You see where we reach? As a nation. Me said I was most applaud when I hear that one, say garbage if you keep it inside. So can you imagine townhouse them not big. Townhouses are not big like in the rural area where land big and you can have your big house and yourself. So you imagine you live in one of them little house and you buy one big plasma TV and one fridge and you take out your fridge. Where you go put your box? Where the box are go? Take a criminal. You have to sleep with rubbish. That is the reason why I'm going to say this, that ladies and gentlemen, from the Ministry of Education, when school resume face to face, you need all to implement a day that is called World Mongrel Day and teach children to respect mongrel dog. Because some of them only have respect for poodle and the other hybrid dogs. And a mongrel band come here, come see. When gunman and thief come to break your place, you know, remember say poodle inside video. And a mongrel outside back and you turn on light and then run gone. We need to appreciate mongrel and then we band come see. As a matter of fact, mongrel are so organized that when some people dead in our community, you see mongrel come pay them last respect. At graveside, you see them walk on with them tail a wiggle. Then come show them last respect. We need to treat mongrel good. We need, so teachers, I am imploring you that when I finish this routine and this function finish, make sure when you get back home or if you're at home, as you finish, you go, you take up your mongrel dog, you brush them teeth, you trim their hair, you bathe them, take them and pamper them, and then we know about. Missy, look how wicked we are to mongrel. Look how wicked. If you're there Westmoreland and you come at town, you do a mongrel dog. My Lord, what you do? You go down at the nearest shop, go beg one carton box, and you bore 3 holes in the other side with the knife. Room, and 3 holes on the next side. And you tie the top of the box. And you carry the dog from Westmoreland coming to town in the box. And me see poodle I drive my highway with head cock out so and I look pan people like them and laugh with everybody. We need to do better with the mongrel. They are the dogs that we came to know. As a matter of fact, you know, you used to have some mongrel dog there, you know. Those of us when you're growing up, you know, your mother used to send you go to people, everybody in those days used to sell something. Everybody used to sell something at them home. Ice, used to go buy ice. And the people who are selling them always have the baddest dog then. And when your mother call you and say, come go and shop, and you ask her which one, and she tell you, your heart move for you know say, you are going really lick it with the dog, you know. And the dog, them, you know, the people will have the bad dog, them always wicked, you know. Them always they wear on their back. They never there front yet when nobody go to them. And you go, Miss Bertha. And as you make the second call, you know that a tear come around the corner, the dog. And then Miss Bertha, somebody calling, then somebody a call. And then you say, who was dog? And she said, come in and bite you. And when the dog run down and grab your foot and bite in your heel now, here, say bite you. Yes, that into Miss Bertha. Bite you. So me want teachers go back to the days now and give me some mongrel name. Give me some name of some dog, you know. But when you hear them, then you know, say them a dog, you know, ramp with them, boy. Me no dog name, boy. Rex. That's the one you bad. This the one you bad. M16. Indeed, Mark, I can't continue on them from outside. Rover is a bad dog. He run it down all when you climb tree. He sit down under there, wait for you to come out. Sheila pet dog. Sheila the nice mongrel. We go and like say, she hotter than everybody else. Tricks out that Rambo. Now you see Rambo jump all fence for you. Spot did sick. Spot a sick dog. Every minute them I forget Spot wash out. In full of liquor spot. That's how I get the name. No healthy dog that. They like that died. That's a nice dog name that now. Blackie and a dog name. And a name that. I just in color. Rough. Yes man, rough. Me I look for the name now. Arab, that guy know in Bono place. Ginger. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Ginger is a cross dog. You see Speedy no bite people. Speedy run down car. He run alongside the car and just back till cut short. Now cut short, you don't ramp. The cut short bite all in very owner. Cut short a dog going there short in food, and your hand run and bite. Rescue, oh Lord, this a dog you know. Look here, but people, we need to go back and Bringer. Oh yes, they will close him with Bringer. Bringer never nice. Bringer always sit down so in a yard. I just have wait for you if you come. Bringer that. Lick shot in your back where him bite you from. Lick shot. Don't repeat no dog name, please. We get Rover already. Somebody come up with Rover. Oh, we done it right, so. That is the name I was waiting for. Bruno is the dog. Bruno is the dog. Every community have a Bruno. Bruno. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful event this has been. This has been. Finally, these children nowadays, lion a bad dog. Lion a bad dog. I have a Bruno. Who have the Bruno? Can you lift up Bruno and come with Bruno, please, so that we can see Bruno for ourselves? If you are at home and you have Bruno there, take up Bruno and come. We want to see Bruno. A long time you know see Bruno. Then the dog they cut out, you know. Come with Bruno now and show us Bruno. Let us see what Bruno look at in this century. Let us see what Bruno look like. Yes, Max. Max a big dog. Max always tall. Tall. Mr. Me can describe that. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, anybody here formal function? If you love formal function, you just say okay. Type in okay if you love formal function. Castro, yes, in back nice. Sometimes even you way say a Cuban dog. Okay, if you love formal function, type okay. I get into okay. Yes. Come with the okay for formal function. Formal function, then nice. This sir come there. I signal him and give me say I wrap up time. But we want it okay, you know, because we want to close with the formal function. Ladies and gentlemen, me love what formal function. Me love it when you dress up and you put yourself together and you go in and everything nice and fine. But you know what I mean, like with formal function? The food. Me don't like the food part. And this for me, everything else nice to me. Because if you go a formal function, they always give you this nice plate of food. Delicious. You get all 1 tree in it. The rice just packed neatly. Like they don't want you to eat it. They will then present the food to you. It's like them I say, just look and just leave it alone. Sometimes it comes like a sin if you really take and disrupt the wonderful presentation in a plate. And so, me not like the eating part because when you get them nice food, you can't eat like you there, you have to eat prim and proper. In a bun, you see, you have to put a chicken leg, chicken bone. You have to put bone on plate side. You know, there, you know, do them something, you know. You dust out that, you know, appear dust up and it indicates that there was a bone. There was a bone here. There was a bone. And you see, if you eat off your food at them formal function, you see the waiter them and the waitress, you see when them come and take up and clear a table. Anyone clear a table, you know, in go around it, you know, go tell the rest them say, you see the man out there standing a blue shirt and eat off all of this, you know. Like he did well hungry. And when you look at see him and his friend then come stand up and look. Like them a look for, are you them a point out, you know, say, see them man and him indeed well hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you go to formal function, catch the bone on the plate and not make them come find for you. It was a pleasure being in this platform. Thank you very much for having me. And as you go good. And laughter is the best medicine. Whatever you're going through, laugh. And who that say love you? Is the person single? Come back. Come back, sir. You know, is which school the person from?
I'm not telling you, sir. I'm not telling you.
Me I go do my research. I hope it's not Roger Clark because the teacher them don't eat a lot. All right. Thank you again, sir.
Yes, Leighton, boy, I tell you, boy, you comfort, sir. You really comfort. You comfort today. You really come out, sir. I can't tell you how much laughing took place. I was carry on read book and I was looking for you as a guide while you were laughing. Oh, Leighton, you did well. Guys, you have to see Leighton live. As great as he was today. I'm sorry, I kind of don't have my voice very well because I'm laughing. But when you see Leighton live, it is even better. If you want to get in touch with Leighton for any reason at all, I see a number of persons saying that they want him to be at functions that they're having. You know, you can reach out to me. I can share his contact information with you. Leighton, we really thank you for stopping.
You're most welcome.
And giving us some time.
Yeah. To the fridge behind me, I gotta take something to drink now. Maybe talk to you later.
All right, Leighton. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, everybody, take care. Be safe. Wear your mask. Whatever who you're hiding from, you pull it up. Thank you.
Yes, Leighton. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Right.
We'll be in touch. All right.
No problem.
Yeah, man. All right, guys, laughter is really the best medicine. And as we talk about self-care, we can't talk about self-care and not start to practice it. And so a part of this session, a part of these sessions today is to look at how we can do more than just talk about it, how the JTC can provide you with some support. And so we didn't want to make this another workshop where you come and you listen and you listen and you listen. We wanted you to also have a little bit different engagement. And I thought we did that just now in the last 30 minutes or so. I really, really, again, thanking you for staying with us. Again, remember, there are two more sessions that we have. We're running a little behind time. We're 30 minutes behind time. Again, if you need this contact, you can reach out to me. I can share it with you. He's somebody whom I have seen a few times live, and I strongly recommend him. Clearly, he also does well virtually. We're running a little late, and so if we want to press on, to be frank with you, there are two more presentations, and I am wary of the time, but we will see how much we can get through. I am not telling the presenters to rush it, but I'm also going to ask them to be mindful of time. If I may just quickly say two things. A part of what the JTC is trying, and we're starting today, we want to empower our teachers to have conversations with other teachers. So this morning, Miss Evans was the one who led the conversation. There are two more of your colleagues, teachers who are in the trenches with you, who are working and serving the system, and they have volunteered to lead sessions today. This opportunity exists. If you think you have something to say, if you feel that there is a particular practice that you have been doing well, there is a strategy you have been using and it has been working, there's a great lesson that you have and you want others to know about it, the JTC is creating a platform where you can actually let us know, and we will facilitate conversations like these with your colleagues. This is a chance for you to get things on your resume. It's a chance for you to develop your own competencies and to step out and to create your own brand. And so we're going to encourage you to start to consider how you can serve your colleagues by contributing to their own professional development, even as you develop. And so the next presenter that we're going to be hearing from is Miss Gina Mullings, and was going to share Miss Mullings' contact or information with you by way of introduction. Present. So Miss Gina Mullings, and that's her lovely Bitmoji that you're looking at. Here are a few things about her that you may want to note. She is a mentor, so she serves the JTC as a mentor. She hasn't said it here, but she's also among the group of lead teachers who the JTC has recently started engaging. She's a teacher of human ecology. She's an active classroom teacher for 27 years at St. Catherine High School. That's my alma mater, incidentally. Yes, Gina, it's the only school that matters, really. She is academic camp coordinator and the assistant internal exam center coordinator, and she's certified in guidance and counseling. She is working from home and learning from home. Here are a few interesting things to note about Gina. She has baked most of the wedding cakes in her family circle. She has 4 wonderful children and 1 husband, only one it seems. She loves a chilled Malta and a good laugh. I wonder if it's the coffee flavored Malta. That's my favorite Malta. She's been married for 20 years, and she is a trained lay worker and volunteer in her church. Yep, that is true. Just to kind of quickly run through a few things with you with Gina. This or that, between beef soup and chicken soup, she prefers chicken soup. Given a choice between tea and coffee, she's a tea person. If she's to choose between sitting and watching or getting up and dancing, she prefers to get up and dance. Book or a movie, she prefers movie. Beach or pool, she prefers the pool. A night in or a night out, she prefers the night in. She's a dogs person over a cats person. And she's a night owl and not an early bird. And then finally, our philosophy of education is that everybody is brilliant, just at different things and at different times. I'm going to turn you over now to Ms. Mullings, who will take you through a presentation about reimagining self-care for educators. Gina, let me just make sure that you have the privileges to share and to unmute your mic and so on. Let me just sort that out for you, please, Gina. Oh, we neglected to do that. So let me go ahead and ask you to unmute while we make you co-host.
Okay, so.
Yes, Gina, you're up. Let me also stop sharing so that you can go ahead and start. There you go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leslie. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that we have been enjoying the day so far. I'm sharing my screen and I am going into presentation mode. So we get into reimagining self-care for educators. Order in the court, everyone. Judge, look into yourself presiding this morning. And as I call your name up for mention, I want you to put in your plea, colleagues. Are you guilty or innocent this morning? This is the court of introspection. Are you innocent or guilty? I have not found the time to exercise in a while, so my health is being negatively affected. Innocent or guilty, type it into the chat. I'm that coworker who enjoys getting resources and ideas from others, but I really do not share, not even hers. Am I that selfish coworker? If you're innocent or guilty, put that one into the chat. I'm disappointed at being overlooked or slighted, and it makes me bitter and very indifferent at my job. Are we innocent or guilty? Put that one in the chat, co-workers. Let's see. Oh my God, I'm getting real angry and upset. My co-workers are getting the promotion and making progress. I should have me get it. If you are guilty of this, put it in the chat. Am I that person who depends on others to constantly affirm me and make me feel worthy and worthwhile? Do I need people to keep saying to me, way to go, good job, well done. You're the woman, you're the man. Thumbs up, you rock, Gina. If you are that co-worker, if you're innocent or guilty, put that one into the chat. Innocent or guilty? Are you that team member that says yes to everything, every request, and enable the dependency culture? If you are guilty, press yes and put that into the chat. Innocent or guilty, my colleagues? I resist and I fear change, even positive changes. If you are guilty, please put that one into the chat. So colleagues, if you and I are guilty of 2 or more of these breaches, of the crimes that have come up for mention, we are guilty. And now the verdict is in. You and I, we have been charged with self-care neglect. We are now sentenced to a life of self-care without parole. How will this one play out? Let's see. Now, most of us are engaged with this whole concept of self-care. It's not a new phenomenon, but it certainly has gained much momentum, especially since COVID. And there are many definitions out there that persons look into, very long-winded definitions. But for me, self-care is very simple. It means caring for yourself while you care for others. And that's just the most simple and profound definition that I can think of to describe self-care. And so as we explore self-care, we realize that there are many aspects that people normally focus on. We have been here from morning and we have heard the presenters that went on before me. Even Mr. Smith, who presented just now, spoke about laughing, putting yourself first, talking about what you need and setting those boundaries. sometimes staying at home, you know, saying no when you want to say yes, or not saying yes, forgiving yourself and forgiving others. And all of these aspects are the areas that we often look at where self-care is concerned. Now, what does self-care really look like typically? Oh my God, look at these people. They look like they could walk on the red carpet. Look at these men. Swag to the bone. Dapper, look at those shoes and the outfits. And so we normally say to ourselves, you know, for self-care, I must be absolutely well dressed. As an educator, my clothing must say I'm an educator, and children must not wonder if I've escaped, but I must drop my stuff at school and look the part. When we speak self-care, also we think of exercise in different types: Pilates, aerobics, running, walking, swimming, and the list is endless. And that's also a typical form of self-care. We look at these friends hanging out and having a drink and a meal at maybe the high-end little, you know, bistro or restaurant. And people see that as self-care typically too. You know, you work hard, come on. And we know as educators, as you get a little pace up, for many of us, restaurant here we come, Wendy's, Caesar calling, or Kentucky, you know, the neighbors know, you know. And when payday run, they can look and see the various bags and boxes, and then know, they say, hey, Mr. Leslie, and Miss Solomon and Kerry and get paid. They know these things and they watch us. Typical self-care looks like this too, and nothing is wrong with it. You know, a nice massage. You know, sometimes you get a massage and when you're done, you can't even get up. You feel like you're floating, like you're almost touching heaven, and that's a good thing because we work hard. Sometimes it's just about staying at home and taking in a good book, wrapping up, avoiding the crowd, and just a little me time. And I mean, that's great. Everybody deserves that. But I mean, typical self-care is just absolutely phenomenal. It's great. We are all about it, and that's good. But what about our professional self-care as educators? Sometimes we neglect that because of our perception of what professional development should mean to us. And so today I'm taking a spin on this thing, and I want us to reinvent and to reimagine what collaboration looks like. So for me, collaboration redefined has to be a new normal. We speak about a new normal in COVID and going and post-COVID when we actually exit COVID. And collaboration can never die. It's that new normal, and it's that kind of sharing that helps to break the back of the superhero teacher mentality. That teacher who feels that they can accomplish everything under the sun. Mr. Leslie, we spoke about that teacher yesterday when we touched the base, and that teacher who never sleeps, that teacher who set up till 1 o'clock doing PowerPoints, answering every call, being everything to everybody except to themselves. That teacher that gives until it hurts, and then at the end of the day, they have nothing to show for it. It breaks the back also of that educator dependency culture, because many of us as educators, nothing is wrong with asking for help, and nothing is wrong with receiving and stretching your hands out. But we have been ingrained in a culture where we want a lot more help than we really should be asking for. And so sometimes many of us keep reaching for help without giving in return. And we want to break the back of that culture. And finally, here we want to break the back of selfishness. And truth is, without being harsh, as educators, sometimes we can be a tad selfish. You have two extremes. You have the educator that gives till it hurts, and you have the educator that takes until it hurts. And if you are feeling what I'm feeling, feel free to type in the chat. Ms. Bailey and Mr. Leslie will pick it up. Now, what can collaboration redefined really look like? And you're looking here at a graphic of myself at the 2019 empowerment session at Excelsior High. So it was Excel or Excelsior, that same compound. And standing beside me is my PD party. We call each other party. That lady is my ride and die PD partner, my accountability partner. That's my friend at work, my co-worker, that's Rosemary Daly Richards, every PD partner. And we are on it together. And if she can't, then I do one, we are just there for each other. And so we learn to retool. Person spoke about retooling over the COVID period. We capacity build, we grow, we rebrand. You know, rebranding is very important. You go to the supermarket and products change their wrappers and containers all the time. And they look new and they pull people in. And so that's what it's all about. It's about growing and glowing and imparting that positive energy that will pull people to you. And it's also a part of trusting people and having that one or two persons that you can reach out to and be that accountability partner to somebody else. And when I'm tired and frustrated, I can call Rosie and say, Rosie, I don't know if I can manage. And she will call me and say, we don't know if we can manage, Gina. And then we say, no, man, we have to do this. And we build each other, iron sharpen iron. That's what it's all about. Now, tell me if you agree with this statement. And while you think about the statement, do you or I need an attitude check? You can't give what you don't have. I've always heard that statement, but I didn't hear the other part. You can't receive what you're not ready for. And so as educators, people who we classify and brand as selfish, sometimes I feel great compassion for them, because the truth is that if they're not cultured to give, then they can't. Very often, many of them don't even know that they are doing the things that they are doing that we label as selfish. And then for those of us who want to give or want to receive, how can we but receive it if we don't make ourselves ready? And so a part of making yourself ready is building competence, professional development that looks more than just going to sit down and listen to people talking to you. You must become your own expert, and you must become so adept in what you do, and you must grow so much that you are able to pull people along with you. So as I continue my presentation, I'm presenting to us some practical tips. It's almost like a prescription. So I'm sending you to the PD pharmacy, and I'm sending you to the self-care pharmacy, and this is what you take on your prescription. Admit to yourself and to others if you need help. If I need help, it takes nothing out of me or nothing out of you to say, yes, it's true, I do need this help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And many of us tend to be afraid because we don't want people to think that we don't know and we don't understand. And that's a culture that I call the dinosaur culture. It's old and it's dinosaur-like and it's dying. And we have to get to the point where if we need help, we must reach out for it. And there comes the trust factor as well. If you trust no one, if you don't trust yourself, then you won't feel comfortable to reach out for help. You know, be specific about the kind of help that you need. Don't just, I need help. What exactly is it that you need? I'm not coping online. I don't know how to use or to manipulate my Google Meet or my Google Classroom well. I need some interactive activities. Whatever help you need, be specific and ask for it. Be willing to share, and that's very, very important. Every educator, every single person is trained and has skills and competencies that we have inside of us that we can use to enrich ourselves and others. Don't be afraid. It doesn't mean that because you can't go out there and speak publicly, because some persons are very nervous. They are so adept. They're so skilled, but they don't want to speak publicly, and that's fine. And if you don't want to do that, find that thing inside of you that glows and stop suppressing it and hiding it. Share it and it will grow. We're wrapping up the prescription now. Open your mind to learning new ways of improving your practice. And that's important. I've had to adapt. I've been teaching for 27 years. I'm 48 years old. And in my mind, I'm climbing the hill steadily. And when COVID came and pushed us online, I had to run, jump, and pivot. But like you know how it goes in a netball game already, when you run, jump, and pivot and catch that ball, midway in the year, you have to start strategizing and thinking, what direction do I throw this ball? And you've got to think about that before your feet land on the ground. And for some of us, it takes a little while before we get to that point. And so we really have to just try to learn from each other as we go along. Take time with yourself. It takes time, and you build as you go along. Remember now, my colleagues, use your missteps to learn. Every single mistake or mishap is a teaching opportunity. It's a learning opportunity. And so let us say, for example, that things didn't go well with you over the past few years. Here is COVID in your hands. Churchill said, never waste a good crisis, and COVID is the ultimate crisis. Don't waste it. Use it to reinvent yourself. Use it to retool, use it to rebrand, use it to repackage, and use it to put yourself out there and to help, ask for help, build yourself up, show yourself. And you don't have to show off. Your work will show you off. And that is what is important as we go along. Let's remember that as we build competency, we improve our confidence and our practice. You know, when you're comfortable online and offline, you can go in front of a class and you can do your thing 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and you're going and you're good. If you go online and the internet fails or your app fails, if your slide fails to open, if the lesson begins to fall apart, you can think on your feet because you are confident and your practice is defined. And let us just remember to stop and breathe. Let's remember to take a check of ourselves. You're not super teacher, and if you think you're a super teacher, you're certainly not on steroids. So you have to slow it down, don't overdo it, you'll burn out. And we know that burnout is something that is very, very prevalent right now. Mr. Leslie, any chats, anything in the chat, or anybody with anything to add or to say before I move on? Colleagues, anything that you would wish to add?
Well, persons are loving the prescription. I'm trying to load my participants list to see if there's a hand raised. If somebody wants to share through the mic, you can go ahead so we can take your hand. Forgive me, guys, my interaction is not as smooth as it should be.
We understand, and they will need the prescription since we are all going to self-care prison. We will definitely need it to keep us going since we'll be there for life, no parole. So while we wait, for those of us who might wish to say something, I'm presenting to you a product.
Miss Mullings, I see 2 hands. Let me just quickly allow Mrs. Reed Buckner, and I think Miss Elliott. Mrs. Reed Buckner, carry on.
Hi, good afternoon.
Greetings again.
Excellent presentation so far, Mrs. Mullings. About the PLC.
Yes.
Like you said, Miss?
I'm here, Mrs. B. I can hear you.
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Okay, right. When COVID came and we had to go online, yes, we had to learn some new skills. And we, among ourselves as teachers, grade 4 teachers, we formed what can be called a professional learning community where teachers from all over the island, we come together. We broke ourselves into subject groups, and so we all write one lesson plan and then share with everybody. So yes, we don't know everything. We can't act as though we are superheroes. We need to lean on each other. And that is something that has been helping me along with my colleagues. So this is a really good presentation. I am enjoying it so far. Awesome job to the Jamaica Teaching Council.
Thank you, Mrs. Buckner. Doing an excellent job as usual. I see you out there. You're out there working. Your light is glowing, my dear. Next.
Oh, I think you're muted, Karen. Oh, Lord. I think Karen wanted to say something else. Go ahead, Karen. You were responding.
Oh, no, I was just saying thank you to Miss Mullings.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Is there another Mr. Leslie?
I see Miss Elliott, Trisha Elliott. I'm trying to ask her to unmute. Miss Elliott, you wanted to say something? I'm asking her to unmute. Let me see if she gets a chance to.
Okay.
Oh, I think her hand was up by mistake. She has lowered it. Go ahead, Gina.
Okay. And so I'm asking the question, and Karen said it. They created a PLC, so it's not a new concept, but it's the one that in my mind I reimagined in a different way. And it's a product that I took to my administrator. And my administrator is here. I saw him in the room earlier. I know he's here supporting. And
oh Lord, I should have acknowledged. I should have acknowledged Mr. Campbell. Sorry, if you are in the room, sir, greetings and salutations, principal, St. Catherine High School, Maryland Campbell. I'll more formally acknowledge you once Gina is finished. Go ahead, Gina.
Right, and my colleagues are also here and watching on YouTube, and some are praying for us. So we look at the professional learning community and what it does and what does it mean. And again, there are many long-winded definitions out there. But the simplest one that I could find to present is that it's just a team of educators that share ideas and they enhance their teaching practice. And what they do is to create this environment that ultimately fosters and boosts the potential of all students. And if you are fostering student potential, it means that you're building your competency. And that is what the PLC is all about. In my graphic here, you see me with 3 of my colleagues. These are my PD, we call it the PD posse. Whenever we have workshops, that's Rosie D'Souza there from Charlie Montclair, from Osemati, and that's my friend Monica. And we're always building each other up, calling each other, encouraging each other, and that's what it should be all about. And so I'm saying I present a brief video to you this morning that I used to pitch the PLC that I had in my mind to my administrators. And the genesis of this St. Catherine High School branded PLC came about as a result of praying and using the right approach and the right timing. I'll play a video now. Okay, and that's how brief the video was, and it made impact. And so I'm saying to us colleagues that when you have your ideas and your innovations, don't keep them under the rug and don't stifle them. Any good innovation that you have, once you approach your administrator with good intents, no well-thinking administrator will shoot it down. And so that little video was sent to my principal and to my VPs, and my ICT director attended the meeting as well. 3 slides, it's a Canva video, very simple. And I use the animated approach because I thought in my mind that it would be appealing without giving too much away, and it drew attention. We met, I presented, I did my pitch, and I was asked numerous questions, and my administration bought into the concept. And that was the genesis of the St. Catherine High School branded PLC. Now, the norm for PLCs is that your PLCs across your QECs or across regions. This one is specific to St. Catherine High School. And it came about really out of a need. It came about because we are currently using the new appraisal document, which is kind of new to us in quotation marks. And we are having a little struggle. You know, nothing is perfect. And so in order for us now to generate evidence, to build capacity, to ensure that everybody comes along and firms up themselves well enough for next year to be really on board with it, then the PLC came into being. And so as we look at the benefits of a PLC, we realize that ultimately when you are a part of a learning community and when your values are shared, especially about education, and data drives whatever it is that you are doing, then the bonds between your teammates become stronger naturally. Does it mean that you're going to be friends for life and BFFs and you're going to go to each other's wedding and baby shower and christening and gender reveal party? Of course not. It doesn't mean that, but it means that as colleagues, we respect each other, we work together for a common purpose. And 2 things are in that common purpose, everyone: to build competency and practice and to promote student outcome. And so in a PLC, you stay on top of new research and technology. It also does improve a culture of trust and respect among staff and for administration towards staff and vice versa. And it does create that culture of documenting and record keeping for legacy and for evidence generation. The evidence must come. Once you're in a good functioning PLC, you can't escape the evidence. And so the evidence is not the all in all and the focal point. Building practice, building competency, improving student outcomes, but of course, documenting. And many of us as educators all over the world, in our region, on our territory, Jamaica land we love, we suffer from not documenting enough. And I believe that this will help us somehow to wake up to the whole idea that documenting is important. Remember, legacy is everything. Now, these are just a few other benefits of having a PLC. Remember now that if you're going to improve teacher capacity, you have to build that framework to give teachers the ability to build competencies and to function as that very high-performing team that you want. And so while administration still continues to monitor their teachers, administration gives you a certain amount of autonomy so that you can show what you are made of. No micromanagement here. My principal and my vice principals and dean gives us a certain amount of latitude. Of course, I'm accountable to my administrators. So because I'm a lead teacher, it doesn't now mean that I'm a principal or I'm a VP. You have to know to stay in your lane. You have to turn in your lane, educators and respect. And that is something that sometimes we fall short of. We have the ideas. The ideas are there. We mean well, but sometimes we don't know how to stay in lane and to respect authority. You must remember that regardless of whom the individual is, of whomever the personality is, you must respect the chair, and that is very, very important. Remember also that as we collaborate, we can find the at-risk students easier. It's easier to find them, and it's easier to collaborate across departments and to find interventions to help these students. And as I said initially, data drives every institution. If your institution is going without data, then you're in problem, and you have to be able to get to the point where you listen to the data. What does my data say to me? And when you can listen to the data and interpret it properly, then it will drive all the processes that you have going on there. So what you're looking at now is what I call the St. Catherine High School Professional Learning Community Membership Badge, long term. You see our priestess badge there, so blue blood, all the way St. Catherine High School, mighty conquerors, that's what we call ourselves. And so this badge is given to every single member of our St. Catherine High School community. You will see there our QEC, our region, you see our address. You see the principal's signature, and you'll see mine because currently I function as the director. You see a number attached to it as well. And if the individual works in a position of is a voluntary worker in the PLC, then that is placed there as well. And this becomes evidence of you being a part of something that is bigger than yourself. Don't let anybody fool you or any teacher tell you anything. But sometimes teachers will say, me no business, and it no matter to me. And we carry on and we puff up our feathers and carry on. And me not care what they want to think about me. That's a lie. Everybody wants to be a part of something that is bigger than themselves. And everybody wants to be recognized and to feel that affiliation of something great. And so let me tell you this, I will be lying to you if I tell you that every single member of my school community academic staff is now an active part. Remember that change is gradual and it takes time. But up to this morning, when I was in this workshop with you, we were having staff development in our PLC at school, intervention for e-portfolio, and over 70 members of staff, which exclude teachers and facilitators, were there. The momentum is growing and people are now seeing the value of something like this. It be for you. Coming out of the PLC as well, I approached my principal, and I have to commend sir, and I commend my administration because they have been most accommodating. And what I do is to pray as I go along, and I ask for inspiration, and I consult with persons who have good sense to guide me or to tell me the truth if they think I'm going off in the wrong direction. And I approach sir with an idea. It's a collaborative idea among my colleague, Mr. Gareth Green and Mrs. Daly Richards. And what we did was to create a publishing portal on the school portal itself. We do have a school portal online. It's a public portal. And so we are now in the process of creating a wing or an arm, as we call it. And it will be called Priestess Publications Portal. And what that does is to afford educators at the school the opportunity to self-publish their articles, their research, editorials, poems, and whatever else they have that needs publication. Because of course you want to publish your things and you want people to see that you're working. But let us not forget that publication is also vital to appraisal credits as well. And sir gave the go ahead. And what I did early one Sunday morning was to animate a few pictures of my senior teachers. And I placed them on this canvas and put it out there in the senior group, guess that senior teacher. And in the space of a few minutes, persons were guessing up a storm. And the prize for the person who placed first and second was the bragging right to publish their article first on that platform. And so as a community, as we self-care and take care of our professional self, we have to find ways inside of our institution, inside of ourselves, to help ourselves and to help our colleagues to grow and to develop. And so this creates a perfect opportunity. Reese's publication, Blue Blood, St. Catherine High School, Mighty Conquerors, for teachers of St. Catherine High, those of us who don't have the discipline and the time to blog, those of us who don't have the skills to YouTube, those of us whose research and articles are not in the Glean and the Observer, or it's not yet published at JTC or JTA, then this is a perfect way by which a school can facilitate that for the teachers there. And it is evidence that you are publicly putting your work out there. It can be individual publication, it can be collaborative. I always encourage collaboration. Now, as we wind it down, no PLC can operate without a government. Just like any community, in any country, in any jurisdiction, you have to have a government, a well-oiled government that works. And these are some volunteers in positions that we came up with that we believe could be offered to teachers in the institution who work within the PLC. I have close to 30 or more. And what I did was to create a position and an assistant for each person, so that persons groom each other. And when I approached Sir again with this option, I asked him and I said, sir, what I'm going to ask you please to allow me to do is to let teachers without positions of special responsibility appointed by the ministry to act in these capacities. And so most of these positions are occupied by younger teachers who are in the system working, but are not in a position of special responsibility appointed by the ministry. And so I would be lying to you if I said to you that everybody is up and running immediately, but people are finding their footing and they are working, and they're very excited, because what this does now is to create the option to volunteer in your QEC without even leaving your school compound. And it might sound lazy, but in my mind, it's very innovative, because we practically live at our workplace. It's now that COVID is up and running and trending, as we say, are keeping, but we are at our house most of the time. For the better part of our school life, we live at work. We are there from early in the mornings. We are there during the days. We stay there doing all manner of extracurricular things. Some people are there on holidays, there during the weekend. When will you find time to do other things? And so some people, they have more than 24 hours for the day. They'll find the time. But for those of us who can't, here is this opportunity that you can use to function in a position. And so as you groom and you develop, you can move into different positions. For now, I'm the director. I call myself the current director because I don't intend to stay there etched in stone. As soon as the community is up and running and people are ready to take over reins, then we change over. And so it is that you will see succession planning coming into the mix as well. And this can help administrators to spot without micromanaging. They can spot the talents there. They can see their teachers who have amazing leadership potential, and they can see them working. And this will be a good opportunity for that. As we look at the positions as well, you realize that we have certain positions that are not atypical of a community. So we have a spiritual enrichment team, and that's important because that's a very, very good part of self-care. Just the other day, we had a vibrant prayer meeting because people were saying, very overwhelmed. They felt because of the IAs and the SBAs. Some people were having health issues, persons with death in the family, people just feeling stressed with the online, children not so motivated, you not so motivated. And so we call a self-care prayer meeting. And my colleague, Miss Shireen Smith, I tell you, man, she did an awesome presentation, and she spoke about adjusting attitude and mindset. And as a part of our educational self-care and capacity building, we have to adjust mindset. I heard one of the other presenters speaking about it. Sometimes things are not perfect at any school, no matter where you are, but the mindset makes it so that you can either be there and adapt and continue to grow, or you're gonna get dry up and bitter and poison the environment at your school and kill your prospects for moving on and load up your files with things that are negative about you because of your attitude, poor attitude and mindset. And so we have certain positions for that. We have an individual in charge of entertainment. We have a sports coordinator, my friend, my colleague, Mr. Stephen Scott, excellent young man. And you'll learn more about him a little later as I proceed. And so as I look at Mr. Scott and I look at other colleagues that I've worked with, this is a little thank you that I sent to Mr. Scott. He's a member of the physical education department. Wonderful young man. He coaches rugby as well. Very willing, very able. And so an idea came up with those of us who taught grade 10 and grade 11 food, nutrition, and health. On the syllabus, there is exercise as a topic. Now, we can teach the theory, but you know that we're not so good when it comes on to the exercise and going out there. Nor do we want to put the children in a position where we go out there and hurt ourselves and hurt them. So we collaborated with Mr. Scott through his head of department, Mr. Barnett, and Mr. Barnett gave us the go-ahead. I would have had to speak to my HOD as well to let her know what's going on, because you can't jump the reins and take over because you have an idea, and we have to learn that as educators, we have to stay in the lane, pay attention, be respectful, observe protocol, and then your administrators will give you wings to fly. You'd have had to say something to the VPs as well, because they will see the children going to change into their clothes and it's school time, and everybody going out in short set and teacher going out in tight set and wonder what is going on. So everybody knew of the plan. And so Mr. Scott has been doing this from 2016, and every time he does it, we say, Scotty, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm going to buy you 2 malt and we knock fist and he say, easy no miss, and we walk away. And that is it until next year again. This is appraisal time. Knock fist is not evidence. It's not anything tangible that you can give sir that he can look at years from now and remember when. And so we put out this little thing and we say, Mr. Scott, here you are. Thank you. Thank you for what? Be specific. Thank you for collaborating across departments, for lending your expertise, for giving your time, for being willing, for conducting the exercise practicals. And we continue to look forward to this collaboration, and it's signed by every teacher who uses or makes use of Mr. Scott's expertise. And it's also QEC stamped and so forth and dated, very important. And so Mr. Scott felt he was overwhelmed when he got it. Couldn't believe it. And you know, we have to get to the point where we thank our teammates for making our life easier. When people fly up in your face and make your life difficult, you know, the whole world know about it. And we walk and tell everybody who will listen. And we keep at the party and we give out party invitations and we want the whole world to attend. And when people don't attend, you feel upset. Salute those who enrich your practice and give them something tangible. Not money. I mean, if you have a money to give them, give it, yes, educators can take the money, yes. But at the end of the day, something more than that. And remember, once you work together, evidence. I benefit from Mr. Scott. I get one piece of evidence. I hold out my hands and get. Mr. Scott shares, he gets the recording, he gets the poster, he gets the pictures, he gets something on his file, he gets the reputation. That's more than 4 pieces of tangible evidence that Mr. Scott can use. And so the person who gives normally ends up the winner. I tell people all the time, you can't lose with giving. When you give it, it's multiplied 100 times over. Let us start thinking about giving to enrich our educator self-care capacity. When you keep it inside, you're going to implode, and some of us struggle not to share. You can see it. And we want to share, but we now work with them, and we have the me and them attitude, and we bottle it up inside and we wither up and dry. And all this time we are just looking to let it out and to get that affirmation. Start sharing and go through the right channels. as I touch my last slide, I'm saying to us that self-care is important. It creates a collaborative legacy. What will you do for yourself and for others? Remember that legacy is not just leaving your name stamped on a wall or on your file. It's about leaving something that you put into people, that fire that you ignite. Persons have been reaching out to me personally and saying, Mrs. Mullins, thank you so much. I was a little daunted with the new appraisal document, but since you start to share the ideas, I mean, we were sharing with our little friends, yes, but to share like this publicly, people now feel the vibe, the fire. You ignite a certain fire, and even when people not telling you much, they will tell you that, you know, I'm learning so much from this. Let me tell you something, colleagues. COVID has taught me so many things. There are a few words that I can express. I share very quickly a little of my personal history with you as an educator and as a person. 48 years old, 27 years of service. 12 years ago, I went to work and I realized 2 days that I could hardly feel my big toe. And I was telling all my colleagues, I can't feel my big toe. And we were all laughing and said, girl, wear your size. And we're singing this song and thinking that is, you know, shoes blues. And we don't pay it any mind. And I went home and went to sleep. And when I woke up, my routine played out in my mind. And in my mind, I'm getting up and putting my feet on the ground. But when my mind really woke up, I realized that I'm still lying down on the bed, stretched out. I couldn't get up. I couldn't move, and it created an alarm. My husband started to panic, and my children, oh, something is wrong. I was unable to walk. I was fine the day before, except for the toe. And it took me a long time. It was a long journey, very complicated process. A few weeks away from work, lots of tests and diagnosis. A past student of mine who is now a doctor, Dr. Orlando Thomas, heard about it and came for me at my house and took me to multiple doctors in Kingston, to the lab in Manchester to find out what's wrong with his old teacher in quotation marks. And after much testing, we discovered that I was what they call autoimmune peripheral neuropathy. That's my diagnosis. It's a big word, a mouthful, but what it means is that my body is attacking the outer coatings of my peripheral nerves. And what that means is that it affects my balance. And so my central nerve is not affected, but it's like a remote that short circuits. And so when you press the button expecting go doesn't happen. And so for a while I couldn't walk. I walk now, but no more pretty shoes, no more heel shoes and wedge for me. Flat shoes that look like box food box. Comfort shoes, we call them. And you know, it has changed my life dramatically. At one point they thought I was dying. I thought I was dying. So you start to prepare your mind for die mode. And you say, oh, I'm gonna die. You start to prepare up yourself and tell people what you must get what and put things in place. But then after a while, I realized that I wasn't dying. It wasn't time yet. And so if I'm not dying, it means that I must live. And so it built in me that drive. I tell people all the time, pray. Even when you don't feel like it, pray. Speak to your colleagues even when things are not perfect at work. Respect and work together and self-care each other's professional competency. Self-care yours, that's your legacy. And so we worked together, and when I came to work toddling, I was actually at home and should not have been at work, and I called my colleague, Josette Lang, then Mrs. Stewart, and I said to her, where are you? Are you at work? And she says, yes, I'm at home. My husband just leave for work. Can you come for me? Today is the day that I should resume, but nobody wants me to go back to work. And she came for me and held my hands and put me to work, and I went to my principal and I resumed. Everybody was crying because I'm normally the fast walker, the fast going young teacher, slim like a little lollipop with a big head of hair. And here I am now toddling away, foot in front of foot. My support worker, Miss Sonia Dakers, meet me at the gate and hold my hands. And for weeks we're toddling. But it taught me over the years to build strength, to build that mind strength. And I depended not just on that, but on my colleagues as well. Colleagues taught my class while I sat in the staff room and marked their papers and my papers. That's collaboration. Colleagues held my hand and took me to the lunchroom or to the bathroom when I wanted to go. I made up my mind that it was not time to die. So I had to live. And that willpower and that drive has kept me going since. Am I 100% better? Of course not. And every other day I think I'm retiring. But then something and someone else reminds me that, look, physical self-care is fine. Going to the hairdresser, doing your hair, putting on a nice suit, that's fine. A nice bag, all of that is fine. Exercise, resting. But educator self-care, protecting your legacy. Self-care in your legacy and people's legacy. When you leave your place of work and they open up your files, it must speak about the competencies that you have and have developed. And your co-workers' competencies must be seen as well. Those who would have collaborated with you or benefited from you as an individual going through. And so today I say publicly, my workplace is not a perfect place, and nobody's workplace is a perfect place. I'm not a perfect employee. My administration is not perfect, but they are trying. And my co-workers are trying too, and we are working together. And things are not perfect, but we are headed down the path together, and we are collaborating, and we see the fire. Somebody started to glow, and that glow came out and started to infect. Miss Evans spoke about that infectiousness. And you have to have that disease of zeal and passion and drive that will infect your co-workers, so that when you're down and out, somebody will touch you and say, no, man, I know you this, remember? And you care for yourself as an educator, just like you care for your body, your bags, your shoes, and so forth. Care for your legacy. You never know where it will take you. Even after retirement, you can go back. I heard Mr. Lizzie talking about a particular lady who after retiring went back to her teaching diploma, and that's what she used now to be doing whatever it is she is doing. And so care for our legacies, co-workers, not just for yours, but for the legacy of all of us. And by doing so, it automatically generates evidence. It will never stop coming. That can never be the focus. And it will automatically ensure that we improve the outcomes of our students. And so JTC, I say to you, I thank you so much for this opportunity. It has been an awesome ride. I'm a JTCI. I'm an NCLite. I'm an avid PD junkie. And I do it because it's not for the certificates. I do it because it helps me to be a better person. Personal development is the way you are. It's how you live. It drives everything inside of you. So don't just think about the certificate. Think about what it does for you. And after it does that for you, then it will ignite the passion in someone else. Remember, guys, attitude, mindset adjustment. See this crisis here? Churchill said it, and I'm saying it to you again. Never waste a good crisis. This is as good as it gets. What will you do with COVID? COVID has done much with us. What will you do with COVID? I thank you for your ears, colleagues. If you have any questions, I imagine now is the time. I'm going to stop sharing.
Gina, well, if you're bad one more time, you say, Gina, colleagues, Gina is one of the persons who I have met online since the pandemic. I'm sure we met in person before in large group settings and so on. But Gina, I tell you, I sat here and I'm not ashamed to tell you that when I listened to you just now, I was moved to tears. You're an inspiration. You are an absolute inspiration. Guys, I could listen to Gina all day. The chat is blowing up, commending you, encouraging you as well to keep going. If there are questions or anybody who has specific direct comments that they wish to make, you can go ahead and raise your hand. I can try to give you permission. But Gina, absolutely, everything you said really connected with us. Even as a person who organized this presentation, this day, you and I would have spoken at length about this presentation before, and I thought I knew what you were coming with, and I tell you, I didn't.
I thought I knew it too, sir, but sometimes I see Mrs. Solomon laughing in the background. Alison is my self-care friend, When JTC came out with that self-care for teachers, many persons say, you are signing up, what happened to you? They wanted to know if my yard life, why I'm going there. Knowing that it's not for those of us whose yard life or those who are getting mad, but it's just, it's just a charge up, it's a plug-in.
It was great.
It was great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Good job, Gina. Really good job.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Alison. Much love.
Excellent, Gina. Thank you. We really, really thank you for that presentation, guys. What Gina did here today, Gina is not a trained PD person. She really is just a teacher who is doing her thing in her school. And when I asked her volunteer, she reached out and she said, "Sir, I would like to be one of the persons who speak to others." And she did so well. I'm encouraging you to look in yourself and see if what Gina did here today, if you can start doing that to others. You can start inspiring others with just what you are doing. Gina simply told us what she has been doing. That's it. She never went and did research and started writing papers and quote literature and cite sources and so on. She told us about what she's been doing and how that has been helpful for her. So I really would want you to be inspired in so many ways by what Gina said here today, and to use this as an opportunity for yourself to look at how your own practice can improve. Gina, again, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. Gina and I interact extensively outside of the group that we share. She's a part of the lead teacher training, and she always has great ideas that she shares with me, and we might talk about them and so on. Excellent job here today, Gina. She teaches at my alma mater. And I am absolutely, absolutely pleased to be associated with you. Just going to check YouTube to make sure that the sentiments are similar, just to see if there's anybody with any question. Somebody's indicating that with teachers like Mrs. Mullings, there's hope for the teaching profession. Very informative presentation. I've been feeling discouraged, and this presentation by Gina really has lifted my spirit. That's Chriselle Lewin. We see you, Chriselle. Charlene is thanking you for sharing your brand, for sharing your story. I was also moved to tears. We shared similar experiences with our health. That's Vereen Lynch. Yeah, Gina, absolutely. I certainly will be asking you to interact with teachers, in the future. I'm just going to take one hand before we move on. We're a little pressed for time. So let me just allow Carlene Morris Dawkins. Carlene?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Greetings.
Thank you very much, Miss Mullings. I hope you're all hearing me. Are you hearing me?
Oh, yes, we're hearing.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Mullings. You have been an eye-opener. Self-care, being honest, I've been through a lot. The sessions from this morning, it has not been a boring moment. I'm being honest. I came online to see what this was really about, and I'm full. I am full. I don't know what the other person is coming with, but being honest, I must say how appreciative I am. I'm just wondering though, I have been checking the JTC website in order to find the information because some of my colleagues could not make it. And these are very important for us to share with them. So I'm wondering how will we really get these information to share with them?
Mm-hmm. Well, this session is being recorded on YouTube. And once it's recorded, we will share it to our YouTube page and we'll provide links and so on on our Instagram, Facebook pages, and on our website. So don't worry, these sessions are way too informative for us not to allow the public to interact with them after today.
Okay.
So
okay, one more quick question with the PLC, the professional learning community.
Right.
Seeing that okay, in a school, we are in a school setting, yes, but there is none. How do you go about forming one? And I have a desire, I've always had a desire to be a mediator, just to help someone. How can I do that? Oh, I don't know what's the procedure.
Well, I'm sharing with you information. I'm hoping you're seeing the screen. I have already posted this link in the chat as well. If you want to start a learning community, or you perhaps only want to join a community, or you perhaps have already started a community, you can just visit this link, let us know so that we can start working with you to get you attached to a community, or to even strengthen your community if you have already started one, or to help you to start your own community. So visit this link, give us your information, and we will be able to get in touch with you to let you know what communities are available and how you can join one or how you can become or you can start your own if none exists that you want to join. So the
Okay,
link is
thank
on the
you.
screen. I've placed it in the chat. It's difficult for me to interact with the chat, so I'm sorry I can't go back to it. Let me try to do it one more time. But you can just visit the link and let us know, and we will get in touch with you so that we can get you attached to a community.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all
Yes,
very
yes,
much.
yes. All right, guys, we really have to run. But again, Gina, I don't think you know how much you have done for so many persons in the room today. Again, we really thank you for sharing. And you and I will certainly talk outside of this session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mark.
Yes. Yes, and I really want to commend the administration at St. Catherine High School, Mr. Campbell, and all the senior teachers and members of the management team there for supporting Mrs. Mullings as they have, and for making possible all the things that they have made possible, that Mrs. Mullings has been trying to do. And to the members of staff who are here from St. Catherine High School, you are here in the room now. Let me also just thank you for supporting Mrs. Mullings and for just being good team members, for being the kind of staff that when she talks to me and brags about her staff, I feel that it's a place where there's warmth and there is a support. So let me commend you as well. All right, we're moving into our final session, and it is Miss Damaine Needham, who is another teacher, one of your colleagues again, who will be leading this session. This is our final session. And so we really do hope you can stay with us for another hour or so for us to wrap up the day in style. Let me just share with you our Meet Me card. And you will see that wait, am I sharing already? I think I might be, but let me try again. Here we go. So you will see that I'm sharing what we call Meet Me cards. A part of what we have asked some teachers who we call lead teachers to do is to develop interesting ways to introduce themselves. And you'd have seen Gina's Meet Me card earlier, and I'm now showing you Damaine's Meet Me card. And so Damaine Needham, you will see her there standing by the pool. Lovely picture, I think. She's currently studying management at the Michael University. She is admin of a national grade 6 learning community called Grade 6 Lesson Planners. She is a graduate of the Monique College. She's currently teaching at Portsmouth Primary. She's actually a grade 6 teacher. So while the rest of us would have had today as a PD day, she's actually at school because, as you know, today is the grade 6 students have not been allowed to get the day. She's a budding motivational speaker, and she has been teaching at the primary level since 2003. Her standards are guided by the golden rule. She strongly believes that if we have an open mind, we're better able to deal with situations. She prioritizes equity and fairness. She takes pleasure in sharing whatever learning material she has. And she believes that privileges must not be granted unless they can be offered to all. So be guided by standards. Again, I will share with you her this or that card. Between beef soup and chicken soup, she prefers beef soup. Lady of my own heart, who eats chicken soup and beef soup is available, I've always wondered. Between tea and coffee, she goes for tea. I just think she has had bad coffee all this time, so she doesn't know why, because I can't imagine why she would prefer tea. Between sitting and watching or getting up and dancing, she prefers to get up and dance. I must tell you that Damaine was very reluctant to choose some of these because she thinks she prefers both of them equally. Between the book and a movie, she thinks she's a movie person. Between the beach and the pool, she prefers the beach. She's a night in instead of a night out kind of girl. She is a dogs person, and she is a night owl instead of an early bird. And her philosophy, I think I shared with you earlier, is privileges must not be granted unless they can be offered to all. So we must we must use standards. Everyone has potential, but some are able to make greater provisions, and so on. So there you go. Let me just toss it over now to Damaine. I'm trusting Damaine has all the privileges she needs in order to share. Damaine Needham, you want to take it away for us, Damaine? I'm queuing up your presentation, Damien, so you can go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Greetings. We're hearing you loud and clear.
And you're seeing me okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
So this afternoon, I want to share with you about a learning community. What exactly is a PLC? And
Sorry, Damien, I'm just trying to locate your presentation. I'm sure you shared it with me earlier.
Yes, I did.
I had it open, but I closed it, and now I realize I'm having a little challenge finding it.
Okay. So how it is that you find support in a learning community? First of all, teamwork is an hands-on exercise that everyone that is a part of the team has to realize the importance and value of what it is that they have to offer. What is it that you bring to the team? And we know what a community is. When people are in a community, they share something in common, whether it is that they share an address or they share a particular geographical location, or it is in this case that they share a particular niche or desire, or they have a particular concern and they would like for it to be addressed. Who are the grade 6 planners? The grade 6 planners came out of a group of teachers who a link was shared and a WhatsApp link was shared, and the persons, thanks Mr. Leslie, and persons joined the WhatsApp group. And from joining the WhatsApp group, persons started making requests regarding assessment plans, lesson plans, and so forth. And it came about at a period of time when it would have been a challenge for teachers to determine how it is that they would be able to manipulate online teaching. I am a tech-savvy person, tech-savvy enough. I am not an advanced tech-savvy person, but I am at a moderate level and I can manage myself. And so I also have the urge to share whatever knowledge it is that I have. And with that led me to go forth and say, I would be willing to engage persons in sharing this online, in an online space for the purpose of planning and for the purpose of getting familiar with the technology that would be necessary to be used when we started online school in October. And based on that, we launched out as a learning community. Initially, it was the initiative of Zantia Jarman. And through her, I was able to engage other persons. Now, when it is that you're in a learning community, one of the things, as I started out initially to say, you have to know what it is that you're coming to a learning community with. Is it that you're only coming to collect, or is it that you're coming to be an active participant, giving and collecting at the same time? And there is a notion that the more you give, the more you receive. So if it is that you give of yourself in a learning community, then quite likely you're going to be on the receiving end, because everyone in a learning community is going to want to be engaged in the whole idea of giving. What is the main objective of the Grade 6 Planners Group? The main objective is that initially it was about lesson planning. However, we have extended ourselves to catering to the holistic development of the overall teacher, focusing on spiritual, emotional, giving advice where necessary, helping each other out. It might be that test is coming up and persons are having a challenge, generating test questions or assessing or putting the descriptors together, so forth. Now, you have to, when it is that you're in a learning community, the first thing you need to do is to recognize what it is that this learning community is about. And based on what it is about, you also need to know what it is that you are going to offer in an effort to embrace this objective and to help the group meet the objective that is there. How do we operate? We operate using a WhatsApp group, and the meet links are shared. We usually meet for lesson planning on a Friday and on a Saturday. We do 2 subjects per evening. We try to keep the lesson plan sessions somewhat time bound. I am of the view that if it is that we are working together as a team, then we can get more accomplished in a quicker, shorter time span. And so when it is that we are doing the lesson plans, we try to ensure that we finish the lesson plans first, and then we can engage in any other discussion, trying to explore issues. We are educators, and sometimes the issues that we face, they are similar. And sometimes it is that the issues that we face, all we need is someone to talk to share it with, and we are able to find solutions. And so the planners group, that's one of our focus. We meet on a Friday and on a Saturday evening, as I stated. And from time to time, we will have lesson planning sessions, we do technology sessions, and some days we do worship sessions. One of our aim for this year, being our first year, one of the things I envisioned was that we would be able to get all the plans associated with the grade 6 NSC curriculum out of the way. And we would have been able, and the more the exam was being pushed back, we got enough time where we were able to cover the lesson plans and focus solely on on the materials that we would be generating using different test items that were probably done during workshops, like those that were conducted by the ministry, or using test questions that were generated from previous years. And we tried to ensure that we stayed on target to do that. So we covered all the lesson plans for the academic year from September up to now. It would have taken us, I think, to the end of May, early June, and we ensure that we have covered all of those plans. Then we would have looked at the other areas. There are several other areas that teachers sometimes express a lack of. Some persons are fearful of technology. They are not afraid with it. They have a computer, and prior to COVID, the only thing they opened the computer for was to do their lesson plan. Now we want to extend ourselves beyond that space because we're living in a digital era, and the students that we engage, they are more digitally inclined than we are. So we need to ensure that we are one step ahead of the game. And so Six Planners ensured, as the admin of the group, it was part of my responsibility to ensure that I guided the group in that direction, allowing them to be able to explore different learning tools that were online and different digital avenues that might have presented itself. We have a mantra, and the mantra, Zantia always says it, all for one, one for all. It means that if we stand for one, we will stand for all. If in the group, it is encouraged that if somebody asks for something, for example, somebody will say, does anybody have a test on, or anybody has a worksheet on a particular topic? Let's say percentage for the sake of the argument. You don't email the worksheet to the person, you share it in the WhatsApp group. That will ensure that everybody is exposed to whatever material is there. And if one person shares, then it encourages others to share as well so that everyone can benefit. And when you're in a learning community, you have to, these are things that you have to try your best to embrace, because it is that you're trying to build. It is not about selfishness. It is not about the me. You don't play the me game. It's about us. It is always about us. And if it is that you're in a space where persons are helping to build you, then it also means that you're able to go out and help to build your colleagues within your workspace. And it also means that the fact that work becomes lighter and easier, then you have more time to focus on self-care. How does a learning community promote self-care? When you are engaged in a space where you are able to share your concerns and others are able to help you to navigate challenges that you have, and you are able to conduct your own lesson planning session in a shorter time span than you would have if you were doing it on your own. I have heard persons share how it is that they have spent their entire weekend planning lessons. Now, being in a learning community, it simply means that things should be easier for you. A lot of times persons will be in a WhatsApp group and they can never say that they have benefited from a group. If that is the case, then that is not a learning community. A learning community should be able to embrace you and help you to make your work lighter. It should serve a purpose. It should be that it helps you, whether it helps you to grow professionally or personally. The 6 planners group, and by extension, Zantia operates the grade 5 planners group. Those groups are geared at helping you the holistic development of who you are. It helps you to grow. It helps you to develop. It focuses on you being more at peace with yourself, rather than you being this frustrated, miserable, almost sleepless person. A PLC should be able to help you to be a little bit more at ease. It should help you to be able to spend more time with your family. It should be able to help you to spend more me time. It should be able to help you to relax. It should be able to help you that when you are in your workspace, you are now more functional. You are able to extend yourself in such a way that it doesn't feel overbearing. I can think of instances in the PLC where persons are planning different activities for their school, and they will openly ask, any suggestions for such? And persons give them ideas. Persons are willing to help them to formulate things that they can do to help to build their institution. A learning community should do that. A learning community will require that there is a strong leader who is able to guide you along the process, because tough decisions have to be made. And if it is that members are in that learning community, you have to be a hard-backed person to the point where you have to make decisions to say, okay, you're either going to call somebody or you're going to reach out to them to find out what is going on, or knock them up and say, hey, you're not doing what you're supposed to do, and unfortunately, I am going to have to take you out. You have to take a stance. If it is that you are in a learning community and the leader is willing to accept anything that happens there, what will eventually happen is that that learning community will sooner or later outlive its purpose. So ground rules have to be set. Ground rules have to be made, and those have to be lived by. Those standards have to be maintained continuously. How to become a part of a learning community? One of the things that you can do is to start one. It's always easy. It's all because you, than anybody else, know your particular need. Sometimes it might mean that you have to do a feasibility study to ascertain what it is that is needed. If it is that you are doing a learning community in your school, what are the needs of the teachers there? Not because there are different grade levels in a school does not mean that a learning community cannot be created. As Mrs. Mullins just shared, there's a learning community that exists in her school. And this is a high school, and all schools have different grade levels dealing with. Therefore, what it is that your learning community, what purpose is it going to serve? And that's the first question you need to ask upon deciding to start one.
what it is that you are going to do, what are some of the limitations, what are the boundaries, who are the persons who are going to be engaged in this learning community. And that is if you are going to start one. How are you going to get participants to be a part of this learning community? How far are you willing to go if you are the admin of the learning community? The next thing, the next option is that you can join one. Now, it is very common, and I've realized for us as teachers, sometimes we see a link goes out and it's a WhatsApp group, and it says a WhatsApp group for teachers. But the question that we never ask is, what kind of group is it? A lot of times I realize persons don't ask. They just join. You need to know what kind of learning community you are going to be in, you're going to join. Is it one that is going to serve the purpose that you want it to? Is it going to cater to the need and desire that you have? Is it going to cater to the necessary niche that is out there? Is it going to address concerns and issues that you are having? Are the persons there sharing the same concerns that you have? Are you able to live and abide by the rules of that learning community? How will you be able to contribute to this learning community to make it better? Because anywhere you are, part of your objective should be making it better, because you are going to practice what it is that you preach. And in order for you to do that, you need to ensure that if it is that you want to see something happen, you are going to be that change. So you're going to have to be the change that you want to see. And if it is that you're going to join a learning community, you need to, these are things that you need to first establish. You need to ask yourself some pertinent questions, and then you need to make a decision from there forth. How can I help to build my learning community? What should I bring to my learning community? The first thing you bring to the learning community is you. And when I say you, I don't mean the physical you, I mean everything that embodies you. You're going to bring your personality, you're going to bring your work ethics, you're going to bring your knowledge and your skills and your willingness to contribute. If it is that you're going to go to a learning community, you're just going to go there and sit, and you're not going to engage and try to offer yourself to assist somebody. Somebody is asking for something and you never yet say, you know you have it. It's right there. Knowledge dies with us when we die. And if it's good, if it's better if we share it, because it lives on. It lives on vicariously. So if it is that you're in a learning community and you're not willing to share anything, you're not willing to engage anybody, you're not willing to share anything that you have, you just keep it to yourself. You don't want to talk to nobody, you don't want to be nobody. You don't have to, you're friends. But what kind of friends are you? Person have to come to your yard. They don't have to call you all the time. They don't have to call you and tell you the sky is red and the ocean is turning purple. But it is that you are there. You're there to create a bond. You must create a bond. Because if you don't create a bond and these persons feel isolated from you, you will never benefit from them. You also have to go with the mindset that you are going to live by the golden rule. You're going to do unto others as others will do unto you. So if it is that you don't want to share, think about it. WhatsApp allows 257 participants maximum. And if all the 257 participants, exclude yourself, that makes 256, decide that they are not going to share anything in that learning community, would it serve any purpose to be a part of that learning community? And that is what I mean when I say you need to bring you. Bring what it is that you have. You have a skill. You are good with the computer. Be willing to share with others. Be willing to extend yourself and give somebody a helping hand and guide them along the process. To say to them, this is what you do. This is how you can start a meet. This is how you can create a Google Classroom. This is how you can do a PowerPoint. This is how you can generate a test. These are things that you can do to help yourself as a teacher. What it is that you are going to do to help to maintain that learning community, to build it. And to maintain that learning community, you have to ensure that you abide by the principles of that learning community. So the guiding principles must always be maintained. If it is, for example, in the six planners group, it is a guiding principle that if you are in the group, you are to share materials and you must attend lesson planning sessions. Persons are added to the group on different premise. It might be that they are very resourceful and they are willing to share material, or it might be that they are persons who actively engage in lesson planning. But when you become a part of the group, is it that you are willing to share materials that you have? Everybody has materials. Don't say, never you say that I'm teaching grade 6 for the first time. Everybody have material. What would you have done if that learning committee did not exist? Wouldn't you have generated information from somewhere? Share it. And sharing it also builds yourself, it helps with your self-care. It takes away the worry that exists. When you have a challenge, you can share it easily and somebody is there to come to your aid. Because of the learning community that exists and how it is that we have operated, I want to share with you how it is that participants feel about the learning community, because I want you to realize the benefits of being a part of a learning community that actively engages you in what it is that it serves a purpose, and it basically caters to your overall need.
Damien, you're hearing me, yes?
I'm hearing you, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to play. You will just give me a thumbs up if you're hearing what I'm playing. I'm going to start playing in a sec. Let me just make sure all of my audio settings are good. So I'm going to start playing now. You can just give me a thumbs up on the camera if you're hearing it clearly. Are you hearing?
No.
Oh. There may be a few settings. So let's try again. Share sound. Share. All right, we're going to try one more time. This should be okay now.
Hi guys, I am Deetra McCoy, a member of the Six Planners Group since 2020. This learning community has been so beneficial to us as educators. I mean, this is how I was able to sharpen my technological skills and learn about the various online tools. Our able and efficient group leaders are phenomenal, and I speak of none other than Damien Needham and Xanthia Jarman. We were never too busy to join the weekly planning session. There is never a dull moment in this community. No hour is too late for collaboration and communication on any issue, whether it is job related or personal. This is our newfound home, and I am eternally grateful to be a part of it.
Hello everyone, I joined this community at a time when everything was going haywire. New ways of teaching, technologies to be learned, new class to teach. It was overwhelming. However, this group became a saving grace where you shared and you were shared with. You grew together. The technology classes have been amazing, and we are just being very supportive of each other. And so it has become the place to be for me, because everything that I need for my profession is right there. And so I look forward to being with this group, and I continue to wish the creators, Damien Needham and Xanthia Jarman, all the very best as they continue to lead this group. Thank you.
A community I have joined since October. It has been a blessing in disguise. with our leader, Damien and Xanthia, we have come to become a family. We have come to love each other, share with each other, not only just school activities, not only planning lessons, but it has been spiritually uplifting. It has been something that we look forward to every Friday and Saturday. Indeed, this has been a blessing for me, and I do enjoy being a part of this community because together as a team, we work, we laugh, we play, we learn together. This is indeed a great community to be a part of.
Hello everyone, my name is Naline Gilzin. I have been a part of this learning community since October last year. This group has impacted me tremendously. It has decreased the burden of planning lessons all by myself. We are not only focused on planning lessons, but the holistic development of each other. This community came about in a pandemic when most persons were unsure how to proceed into this uncharted territory. But through the excellent leadership and tutelage of the main medium, we were able to weather the storm and we continue to grow stronger together. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gareth Gordon, a grateful member of this group. This group has impacted me so much, but I want to focus on the spiritual aspect. This group has allowed for worship sessions and prayers to be a part of this group as we focus on teaching. We also focus on the entire person, and so persons get a chance to pour out their hearts about what they're going through and talk about their requesting prayer for family. And as we pray and cry together, I mean, we are healed. We are rejuvenated by God Himself. We have prayers within our morning sessions. Persons will leave a word of encouragement, a word of prayer right there, and it means so much to me as I go through the stresses of teaching, as I go through the day a rough time. This group has really, really, really impacted my life and strengthened my life, and so I am so much appreciative of this group. Thank God every day for a community like this, a community of blessed teachers. God has really sent this group into my life.
All right, Damien, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Now, as you will hear person share, the learning community is not exclusive where it is hidden away from challenges. We do have challenges. We are humans. And so there will be challenges that we encounter. But how it is that we navigate these challenges as they come our way. When it is that you are a part of a learning community, it requires you to have a leader who is able to navigate and do a lot of problem solving. So if it is that you are the main admin or the leader of the group, you have to ensure that you are able to navigate and be willing to troubleshoot and to be proactive in how it is that you approach situation. If it is that you are not able to solve issues as they come up, it will lend itself to the group becoming almost obsolete in a very short time. As a result, it is very, very important that you pay close attention to ensuring that you either identify somebody who's a part of that learning community who can help to navigate the challenges that will come about, or it is that as the leader, you are going to be willing to be very, very strategic in how it is that you handle situation. Learning communities require persons who are able to think actively. And it is very, very important that we know, as Robert John Meehan states, a key to growing as an educator is to keep company, mainly with teachers who uplift you, whose presence inspires you, and whose dedication drives you. If you are a part of a learning community, dedication is a very, very important factor. If it is that everyone in the learning community is not dedicated to the task, then it simply means that that learning community would have failed to provide you with the necessary support that would help to encourage self-care. If it is that your learning community fails to inspire you, then it simply means that each day as you go out there and the challenges come your way, you are never going to feel inspired enough to maneuver those challenges. You're never going to feel inspired enough that you can overcome any hurdle or obstacle that will come in your direction. If it is that you are not uplifted by the group of teachers that you are surrounded by, then your self-care will not be of utmost importance to those members of that learning community. And if it is that you're a member of that learning community and you are not willing to contribute to these elements, if one person goes down, they say a chain is as strong as its weakest link. If one goes down, then sooner or later it simply means, especially if it is that the person who is the main admin goes down, it simply means that the group goes with them. Because if you're only dependent on one person, then that person is going to become overburdened. They are going to become overworked and they're going to feel overwhelmed. In order for us to engage in self-care, we have to understand that there must be a balance. The responsibility cannot lie on one person. It must be that the responsibility is shared equally. It must be that somebody is willing to step in and say, I am willing to help to do this. It cannot be that you pull back and say, me not do it under my responsibility. If you see it that way, then you are not helping to build and maintain your learning community. If it is that you're only in it for what you can get, and you're not in it for what you can give, then you are not helping to build and maintain that learning community. You're not helping to inspire, you're not helping to uplift, and you're not showing any dedication. Being a part of a learning community means that you must be willing to engage, and you must be willing to work together, and you must be willing to look out for the needs of others, because if the others in the group are happy, then it simply means that you are happy. If the others in the group are feeling depressed and down, then it simply means that no matter how hard you try, sooner or later their burden is going to become yours. And it's not going to become yours in a good way. It's going to become yours in a very bad way. So if it is that you don't express empathy, you don't know how to offer sympathy to others, you don't care about anybody else's feeling, you don't care what anybody else wants to think, you don't care how this will impact anybody else, then it simply means that sooner or later, the burden is going to come on you. You're going to be left, either you're going to be left by yourself because persons in the group are going to become overwhelmed, or when they see that it is not serving their purpose, they're going to pull away, and you're going to be back at square one, where you have to be doing everything for yourself, by yourself, only with yourself, and you're spending hours pulling away from your family time, pulling away from your self-care, pulling away from that time that you would need. Mr. Les, you can go on to the next slide. You can pulling away from what it is that you need in order for you to grow and to generate self-care. And with that said, are there any questions? Any questions?
Colleagues, yes, I see at least one hand up, and I'm going to try to get in the chat, but we are still beset by technical challenges here at the council. Let me start with Carleen. Carleen, go ahead. That's Chamber Square.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon,
Hi, greetings, Carleen.
Mr. Leslie. I have been here from the start.
Amen. Amen.
Yes, yes. All right, and it has been great so far. And I
Right.
want to commend the organizers and the presenters for committing to excellence and and dedication in sharing their ideas with us so that we can all make this education profession a better place. But my question is though, for teachers who are in single grade schools, I don't know if there's any suggestion as to how those teachers can um, get involved in a professional learning community within the school so that they can plan lessons. Because in some of those schools, lesson planning is a problem because just one teacher has to do it on his or her own. So how can we provide assistance to those teachers that are in single grade schools?
Okay, so Miss Clark, you probably heard me mention Miss Jarman, Zantia Jarman, Mrs. Zantia Jarman. So Mrs. Jarman, part of her need or her purpose of creating the group, she was the convener of the group. Part of her reason for creating the group initially was for her because she teaches at a multi-grade school. She teaches grades 5 and 6. And there are several persons in the group who are who are multi-grade teachers like you. Usually, I think there are some grades that usually go together. I don't teach in a multi-grade school, so I am not too au fait with how it is that they operate. But I know from Ms. Jarman, it is that she teaches grades 5 and 6, and there are several other teachers who are a part of the group who teach in multi-grade settings as well. And they have shared that they teach grades 5 and 6 are together. Now, if it is that you are teaching at a particular grade level, and it is that you are writing lesson plans for 2 grades, let's say grades 3 and 4, one of the things that you can do in the same way that this was done, because remember, this is for grade 6, is that you can find out how many other teachers are out there that teach in the same scenario as you do. How many persons out there share the same concern or the same need that you have? Because remember, this is how it is that you create these groups, because based on need, based on what it is that you have. And the fact that you have a need, then it means that your need is not foreign. It does not exist to you only, it would exist to others. So what it is that it might require you to do is to find out where are your closest neighbors who share this kind of need. And then from there, you extend yourself. Maybe it is that you're probably just the kind of person who will create a WhatsApp group. But you have to first establish what it is that you want. Where is it that you're going to steer that WhatsApp group to? And when it is that you decide to meet, how it is that you're going to steer the ship. So maybe sometimes it might require that you probably will have to get the lesson plans. If it is that you're teaching in this setting for the first time, try and see if you can get the lesson plans from other persons, somebody who's willing to share. You might have a friend or a colleague from college or so forth, and you can get material from them. But one of the best things to do in an effort to start is that you have to have something to bring as a part of the foundation. So you would need something to start off with. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think you certainly addressed the concern, but just to be clear, she's teaching not in a multi-grade but a single grade school. But the approach you outline is an approach that she can easily use. In other words, you may not be able to get the support you want within the immediate school environment you're in, but there are other teachers within the system who are able to support you. And these are the teachers that you are trying to bring into your network by creating a learning community, if none exist for your need, or by joining a community that already exists. And we're aware that you may not always know where the communities are and what the contact informations and so on. I know that very often these things exist in silos. So Damien has been doing her thing for a while. And I don't think many of you perhaps know that Damien has a community for grade 6 teachers. You perhaps didn't know. And so a part of what we're now trying to do is to try to get, become aware of these communities so that we can start putting teachers together with those communities that serve their need. So I keep putting in the chat, and I will do it again, a link that you can visit to tell us whether you want to join, or if you have already started, or if you want to start a community. Go to that link, tell us. We can now reach out to you once you let us know, so that we can continue this dialogue beyond today. Let me take another hand. I see Ermin Wilson. Let me take your hand. Lots of persons are giving you commendations and congratulations in the chat domain. Let me also commend you personally, and also to, if perchance, any member of staff from Portsmouth Primaries in the room, hailing you up. If administrator is here, also hailing you up. Ermin, you want to go ahead?
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues and everyone.
Sure.
Part of the question that I was going to ask was already answered, because I am a specialized teacher. I'm a visual arts specialist, and now my school is no longer junior high school, it's now primary school. However, since the question I was going to ask, it was answered, I want to ask a question. I'm on study leave,
Okay.
2 years so far, and I was thinking, can a PLC be started in a university where we have a set, because since I'm a visual arts specialist, a set of art students who are going to be future teachers, could we start it there in the university where we collaborate and we do things? That's when we graduate and leave and get into these different schools. If there's not a PLC, they can now start a PLC, or what is the word to use now? Adopt and develop a PLC, or if one is there, they already have the experience, know what it is, and just fit in. So is it possible to start it as teachers in training at a university or a college, wherever you are? Is it possible?
Yeah.
Or
Absolutely. There's nothing preventing you from starting. Are you hearing me? Just making sure
yes,
you're hearing
yes,
me.
yes,
Okay,
I'm
good.
hearing you.
There's nothing preventing you from starting a community that serves your interest in any way you want to start a community. The truth is, guys, and there's a bigger discussion to be had. I don't want to have it here, but the bigger discussion to be had is that we really want teachers to take responsibility for their professional development. Too often, when you go to when you benefit or engage in PD, it is somebody who does it for you. We want teachers to start taking responsibility. So you are now starting your communities. You are leading your sessions on your own. You are the ones who are, taking responsibility for your PD. And so if you are in a teacher's college or any institution where you are among a bunch of teachers who are like you can start your community there. And then when you leave, you are leaving together as a group of 2023 graduates from EDEMA, the College of the Visual and Performing Arts, and this community
Michael?
stays, or the Michael,
Yeah.
whichever it is indeed. Not everybody, not everybody
Yeah.
is blessed to go to the Michael. I'm sorry.
Well,
So I'm.
I was blessed to go to both Edna and
Oh,
Michael.
oh, look at that. You are living the best of both worlds, Ermin. I tell
Right.
you, when I grow up,
Yes.
man, when I tell you, I tell you. Right. But the point is, you can now form your community. Create, and guys, communities don't have to be about a grade or a subject. It can be about an issue. You may decide that you want to start a community that focuses on boys' education. And this is a community of learners. It goes across schools. It goes across levels. It goes across subjects. You will have some Spanish teachers in there. You might have some math teachers in there. You have some primary school teachers, some high school teachers, some early childhood teachers. But every time you meet, you are looking at how you can make instruction more attractive for boys, whether you're teaching Spanish, math, language, or science. So you can think of the different communities that you might want to be a part of, but don't overdo it. Sometimes we stretch ourselves too thin. And heard Damien say it, as you see a WhatsApp group, you click it, you join the group, and then you are so busy you can't do anything in the group. Be careful, choose wisely.
Because the reason why I asked, based on what was said, I've been here from morning. So sometimes I have to pinch myself and say if I'm glued to the seat because I've not moved.
Right.
Only
We're
to
glad.
bring a water and food right beside me. And I've
Indeed.
enjoyed all the session because
Indeed.
in some instance, in my group now, where I am at Michael, I'm one of the oldest person because I've been teaching for 30 years now, 31 years.
Wow.
And the young people in the young teachers who will be future visualized teachers, um, they see me as not as a colleague like themselves, but more of somebody with more, I would say, mature and know things because a while ago they had an assignment to do. They were all there and I just stepped in and solved the problem and they thanked me and so forth. So based on what I've been hearing in this Zoom session, that came to my mind if we could start, because what I've realized is that institutions do not cater for like skilled profession like music, dance, drama, and art. Whenever anything is discussed, it's always some other subject, but these subjects are not really catered to. So as a group, we need to probably, as you said, stay together, see how we can help each other within that realm and in that based on that subject area, because it's very challenging. I'm telling you, it's very
Okay.
challenging when you're put in a group and said, from your area of specialization, do this. And you're the only one there. Sometimes I have to ask if I cannot do the assignment, a group assignment by myself, because it is very challenging and you finish an assignment and you don't learn anything, but it
Right.
is done
Yeah.
and your name is attached and you're not
Yes.
comfortable. So
Yes, I
that's why
know.
I asked if it could, yes, if
Yeah,
it could start.
absolutely.
Mhm,
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we really want teachers to get creative in how they
mhm.
align themselves to professional
Okay.
learning communities. So thank you,
Okay.
Ermin. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ermin.
Yes,
And
thank you.
I commend you as well for at that stage, at this age and stage of your life to be studying.
Mhm.
Commendations. Yes, Damien.
I wanted to add something to her to say, to her question, to say that at the tertiary level, it's a good place to start a learning community because what it does, a learning community can serve the purpose of being a training ground where you're able, it's as if you're becoming, you're a disciple. So, it can be different and there can be different purposes. Like persons might be in the group who are good at probably chart making, maybe it is PowerPoint presentation and so forth. And it can be that it is that learning community is where it is that you ask questions, get guidance, get feedback. Sometimes it is that persons are launching out and they want to get feedback from other teachers how it is that they are doing something. So it can become a training ground.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that, Damien. I've checked YouTube, and lots of commendations. Persons are asking about becoming a part of the learning community, um, in terms of how they can join. I'm going to share in the YouTube chat I just did the links and so on that you can use to tell us about the community that you want to be a part of. I've shared links in this link rather. You can tell us whether you want to start or join or just for us to take note of your learning community. So I've put that in the YouTube chat as well. Lots of persons over here, Damien, just commending you on the presentation, as is happening in the Zoom chat as well. Colleagues, it's been a long and, in my mind, a great day. We really thank you for spending the day with us. We thank you for supporting the council as you have always done. We really are pressed for time, and we are running behind time as it is already, and we don't want to weary you anymore. We really do encourage you to reflect today on what we have shared today. Some of the important takeaways would have been just the value of taking care of yourself, the idea that you can find comfort and support and sharing effort and resources within a community. That's one of the big points we want to take away from today, that you don't have to do this all by yourself. If you attach yourself to a community, you can get significant amount of support from that community. And again, I want to thank the presenters, Damien, who just presented, Gina, who moved us so well earlier, Leighton, who I know gave you belly full of laughter. We also heard from Lord of Mercy, Jody and Evans, who I know spoke to you about the value of enthusiasm, and Mrs. Westcar, who started the day by outlining for us the importance and some strategies for taking care of ourselves. Colleagues, I know I see two hands in the room. If these are crucial questions, then I'm going to lower the hands, forgive me. If there are crucial questions and you definitely have to ask them, then you can put it back up. But again, we really are pressed for time, as there are some other activities within the Zoom account that we have to clear the room to allow those activities to begin. So if the questions are absolutely crucial and we must take them, then you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we can forego the question. Let's see, Joan has raised her hand again, so let me just allow Joan to speak. Go ahead, Joan G.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Sure.
that, Mr. Leslie, and a great presentation for everyone, and good job, JTC.
Sure.
Ms. Needham, question for you. Okay, so I'm a part of a group that I am thinking about starting a learning community, because in that particular group, a lot of English teachers, and we do share lesson plans and different materials to help with the teaching, English literature and language to students. My question is for you though is this: how do you because and it happens for students too. You always find in a group there are some persons who are always sharing, always helping, always providing, but there are others who are always benefiting from, and but they're not contributing as much too, right? But they're adults, they're not children. So what can you do as as adults to help to get the others who are not so participating, to be able to motivate them to also be a part of the community, so the others don't feel too drained, having to always be the one providing materials and carrying the group, so to speak.
Okay, so one of the things that I do, and I would suggest to others, as I did make mention of it in my presentation, was that you have to identify what kind of leader you are. One of the things that I do in the learning community is that I reach out to members when they are not fulfilling their responsibilities to the group, because I am a strong believer that what goes for the goose should go for the gander. And if it is that I am going to allow any one person to not do what it is that is their responsibility, then it simply means that I must be willing to extend that kind of opportunity to others. So it is that you as the leader would have to determine if it is that you're going to speak to them, if it is that you are going to send out a general reminder of their responsibility. Because the truth is, being a part of the learning community, I have realized, even though you are dealing with adults, you have to remind them sometimes of the responsibility they have to the community. And sometimes it is not intentional. Sometimes it can be that they are so overwhelmed with challenges in their personal life, or sometimes it is that they probably don't understand what it is to be a part of a learning community. So you have to, as the leader, you will have to establish how it is, what route are you going to take in an effort to maneuver this challenge. Whether it is to call, to remind, or if it is that you need to remind them of the rule, whether it is that you need to say to them, remember, if 2 weeks pass or a week pass and you have not shared, then unfortunately, I will have to remove you from the community. Because sometimes these are tough decisions that leaders have to take. And it's not that you want to disenfranchise anyone, but you also want to ensure that equity exists.
Yes, thank you, Damien. And again, it's all about how you set your standards for your community, and how you ensure that all members benefit from the community, even as they contribute to the community. I think as well that a part of what Miss Evans shared earlier today would be useful to bear in mind. Just consider your own brand as a teacher. What do you want to be known for? Are you that person who, as Gina said, is always getting without giving? You have to think about those things and encourage your teachers not to see the community as a place that you are policing them, but you want them to have their own personal integrity, that they feel that contribution must be a part of it. Again, teachers, I'm sharing the link for you to visit.
Mr. Leslie, I don't know if it is possible for you to take Marlene's hand. She's a member of the group and she wants to share. So
Okay. Guys, if we're not careful, we'll be here all day. But let me just take
no, but
Marlene.
let
No,
me
man, that's
through.
fine. Marlene McPherson, go ahead. You're a member of the Grade 6 Planners Group. Go ahead, Marlene.
Thanks very much, Mr. Leslie. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
I am Marlene McPherson, a very proud member of the Grade 6 Planners Group. The Grade 6 Planners Group is more like family, a strong support system which stimulates the 4 C's. This group was created by Mrs. Xanthia Jarman and Miss Dami Needham. Being a member of this learning community makes me more aware about functioning as a teacher. I appreciate the sharing of materials and exchange of ideas, which added to mine and other professional refinement. This group is inclusive of strategic weekly lesson planning, where members participate and contribute positively in one way or another. This dynamic group extends beyond the planning of lessons to psychosocial development sessions and lots of encouragement. A wonderful feature of it is that it incorporates spiritual enrichment. This brings me to speak openly to you about a personal issue that I shared with the group. On March 19, 2021, my daughter, my son, and I all tested positive for COVID-19, which I openly disclosed to them by means of texting. As soon as I posted the message, the members started to send in prayers by text and voice notes. Some group members would call personally, encouraging me to be strong and never to give up. At times, I was very depressed, stressed, and felt lost as I had to care for my 2 ill children and myself. The emotional support extended to my family and I was exceptional. My daughter was the worst of us all and was hospitalized. She developed pneumonia, blood clots, and other symptoms. The second day when she video called me, I saw death on her face. My blood pressure escalated instantly. I texted in the group what was happening to my daughter, and the same evening, one of the group leaders, Miss Needham, called for a prayer meeting. It was a powerful spiritual session. God answers prayers, colleagues. This is one of the groups that comforted me through my ordeal, of which I'm eternally grateful. I personally didn't know any of these group members before, but through our constant meetings, lesson plannings, or otherwise, we have become very close. My son is also a teacher. Although he's not a member of the group, he has access and was able to benefit greatly from the many technology sessions hosted. Whenever it's technology sessions, he joins me and participates. Being part of this learning community does not affect the time spent with my family in a negative way. It rather enhances us as a family as we learn together, thus spending quality time together. This learning community is an asset to the education system, and others, including myself, has benefited and are still benefiting immensely. I believe more groups like this should be created to assist us teachers to be better able to help children to contribute even more to the positive development of self and society. Thank you very much.
Yes, Marlene, thank you. That is certainly a very timely contribution to the discussion. I hope all of your family members and you yourself are all okay and that you have recovered fully from COVID and that you're taking care of yourself. One of the things that I know came out of this discussion is the need for teacher support to not only look like helping teachers write lesson plan.
True.
And I think a big part of how we think about support, and if I could even speak freely, even us here at the council in recent times, have had to start asking ourselves questions about the way in which we conceptualize support for teacher. Because when we reflect on what we have been doing with teachers, we find that primarily, and I suspect that is okay, primarily we have been helping teachers teach better. We have been showing you how to use technology, how to develop better lessons, how to assess, how to engage students. And that is useful, that's necessary, that's crucial. But we also have to think about support in a broader sense and start to look at support in the way our teachers might need emotional support. It might just be a session where teachers are allowed to talk about their problems. A session where if you are so inclined, you may just join a prayer meeting where you can be with your colleagues and to just share and reflect. And so your learning community will offer more than just and ought to offer more than just support in instructional planning. And that's one of the things that I especially like about the way that Damien and Xanthia have organized the group that they have. Because self-care, to be honest, comes long before professional practices.
It does.
Self-care comes much, it's certainly a higher priority in terms of your own personal agenda than ensuring that you're teaching well. The truth is, a part of what we want you to do is to prioritize yourself as the most important resource to a student. And if you, the teacher, are the most important resource to a student, then clearly we want you to be your best self. And that when you stand in front of students, you are a happy, enthusiastic teacher, a healthy teacher who can impact students positively. So thank you for that contribution, Marlene. And again, to Damien and Xanthia. We haven't heard from
You're
Xanthia. I don't know if
welcome.
she's in the room, but commendations. We haven't said much about you, Xanthia, but we know that you're also a valuable member of this group. And so, colleagues, I have been sharing in the chat. I know Dredra has also been reposting. In the chat, we have been posting these links. We want you to verify your attendance. So if you were in these sessions, you can go to the link and just let us know. We like to know who we are engaging with. So just visit this link, let us know. Before you go there, make sure you know your Zoom screen name. We still see a lot of teachers coming on with names that are not theirs. Sometimes the names are just numbers. 289092, for example, is the code for this session. I think somebody just typed in the code as their name and came into the meeting. We have persons who are coming in with their device name, Alcatel One, and so on. We really ask you to be a little bit more professional in how you join these meetings so that your presence can be recorded and that when we are speaking to you, we have an idea as to who we are speaking with. So learning how to rename yourself in a meeting. If you join and you're not properly identified, it's a useful thing. Also creating a Zoom name. Well, creating a Zoom account I find is useful. It's free, you don't have to pay. And once you create that Zoom account, then you are able to log into the meeting with that Zoom name always being present. So these are some of the things you can look at, but just make sure that you know your Zoom screen name before you go to the form, because in completing the form, we're going to ask you to tell us the name that you use when you were in the meeting. We are also inviting you, if you already have a learning community, or if you want to start one, if you just want to join one, we're inviting you to visit this link and let us know. We will get in touch with you. These links, both this one and the one before, have already been posted in the chat. so you can pull them down from there. Teachers, it's been a great day. We enjoy spending time with you. We are impressed. We are always impressed by the way that you continue to support the JTC. We continue to develop programs to meet your needs, and we ask that you just continue to look out on our social media pages and in your email for those opportunities when they come up. I don't know if Mrs. Solomon wishes to have any final word. I know she's in another meeting that she has to be running now, so she perhaps isn't even hearing me. Perchance, I don't think she is actually. Right. So, colleagues, have a great rest of the afternoon.
Mr. Leslie.
There you go, Mrs. Solomon.
Mr. Leslie, just check your messages. See if you can pull up the flyer for later today. The JTC continues to support you for the past couple of weeks, led by our CEO, Dr. Gordon. We have been having the appraisal conversations. We know that using the new appraisal instrument has been a challenge for some. Needs, just a hand holding, some guidance. So we hold our appraisal sessions. And if you go on our Facebook page or our Instagram page, you will see the links to our appraisal workshop. I'm hoping Mr. Leslie will have the access to bring it up. So just join us every Thursday afternoon at 5 o'clock to 7. And sometimes it has been known to go on, especially as we seek to answer the questions from the teachers. And so just want to mention that as we continue to support you. And of course, our Friday sessions is helping you with the registration process. So join us every Thursday for appraisal and Fridays for registration. What do I say at the end of a day like this? It has been a really good day. There you go, the professional appraisal instrument. Please join us. We continue to support. And so my final words is well done. Teachers, it is our profession. I am happy to be a teacher, but more importantly, I'm happy to be a Jamaican teacher. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mrs. Solomon. We look forward to seeing you. That's this afternoon at 5, by the way, just so we are clear. In this session, if you haven't already joined, now is a good chance to come in. Even if you have joined before, we always get into new discussions every week. So we invite you to see if you can join us here. It's been a day well spent. And guys, without any further delay, I'm going to end this meeting now. We will make the presentation, well, they're going to be on our YouTube page, and we will try to package them differently because this has been one continuous recording from 9:30. And so we want to perhaps package each of the presentations in their own way so you can go right to a presentation instead of having to wade through the 7-hour video to find the part that you're perhaps interested in. So we will perhaps repackage that and put it back on our YouTube page so that you can access it easier. Guys, have a great rest of the day. Continue to be safe. Remember our COVID practices. Next week is our PEP for our students. Breathe a word of prayer for the students, but also frankly for the teachers, who I know for the next few days are going to be very stressed and also working very hard. And if you yourself are a parent of a child who is sitting PEP this year, then we're also breathing a word of prayer, especially for you. Guys, have a great rest of the day. We will talk again shortly.